Chapter 379. What? This. How is this possible? What? This. How is this possible? Sovereign Star Abyss actually said that this punk is correct. Doesn't that mean that the 7 great elders were all wrong? It's too subversive. Does this boy have good luck and randomly stumbled upon it? Or is it true skill and genuine knowledge? This. I think it should be a random shot in the dark, right? Those 7 elders are all Alchemy King powerhouses. The depth of their understanding towards medicinal herbs is simply not what the likes of us can imagine. It's possible that this punk saw some obscure knowledge before, and this knowledge just happened to be what the elders don't know. True. After all, the elders are not omniscient either. There is bound to be a dead angle in their alchemy knowledge. Sovereign Star Abyss's words made everyone explode. What this boy said was actually correct, and the so-called correct answers that the 7 great elders came up with together was actually wrong. These 7 great elders were all old freaks that had been famous for over 100 years. Each and every one of their strength was unfathomable. Their knowledge about the alchemy path was even more inconceivable by ordinary people. And Yi Yuan, he was only a 16-year-old little fellow. The time he lived was not even a SCRAP of the elders. He actually pointed out the 7 great elders' mistakes right to their faces. No one suspected Sovereign Star Abyss's words, because in the Central Capital's alchemy world, he was the absolute authority. He said that it was wrong. That means that the 7 great elders were surely wrong. There was no need at all to go and doubt. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly and involuntarily swallowed hard. He could not help recalling the eyes that Yi Yuan looked at him with earlier. That was a disheartened expression. How could he not tell? If not for Xiao Ruyan stepping up at the crucial moment, Yi Yuan most likely would have already flicked his sleeves and left at this moment, right? Thinking about it now, Xiao Changfeng could not help feeling fear after the event. Yi Yuan was sincerely helping the Xiao family while he was suspecting him. Sovereign Star Abyss finished saying that sentence and closed his eyes again as if he slept again. It seemed like that scene earlier was just him sleepwalking. Yang Xiu obviously knew that Sovereign Star Abyss was not sleepwalking. It was just that he still did not dare quite believe it. Initially, he thought that this youth was deliberately causing trouble. Who would have thought that there really was such a thing? After the Grand Pill, Semly, he would really have to go and verify to see if what this brat said was true or not. Although his face was swept away by a youngster in public, the Grand Pill, Semly still had to carry on. Yang Xiu could only open his mouth to say, since Lord Star Abyss says that this answer is wrong, the first match, Xiao family's Xiao Ruyan wins. Tong Wenwei's expression was rather ugly. He had clearly won already. Who would have expected to be thwarted by this brat? He could not help glaring viciously at Yi Yuan with a sort of murderous impulse. The second round, deconstructing medicinal pills. The 2 of you will each receive 3 medicinal pills momentarily. These medicinal pills were refined according to the Alchemist Association's pill formulas. They are absolutely impossible for the outside world to have. You need to discern the components of the medicinal pill through sight, smell, and taste. The one who analyzes it correctly wins. The quasi-alchemy king directly brought everyone into the second round of combat. 1. Tie-in. Tong Wenhui had no choice but to put away his thoughts and carry on with the second round of combat. 1. Tie-in. Deconstructing medicinal pills was a very high-level skill. It required the alchemist to be exceedingly familiar with medicinal herbs, but the accuracy was hard to guarantee. Furthermore, even if the components of the medicinal pill was fully deconstructed, wanting to refine, it was also something not very likely. Hence, that was why the alchemist A.S. association could rest A.S. assured in taking the medicinal pills out for the two families to deconstruct. Xiao Ruyan won the first round. Her confidence rose greatly. This second round of compet. 1. Tian. She solved a total of 11 types of spirit medicines from the 3 kinds of medicinal pills, while Tong Wenhui only deconstructed 9 types. Xiao Ruyan won again, but the most critical was still the third round, which was pill refinement. As an alchemist, the most important was naturally pill refinement. Hence, the weight occupied by pill refinement in the grand pill assembly was also very huge. In the grand pill assembly, each person had to finish competing in the 3 rounds before the winner could be determined. And all of the variables surfaced in this third round of pill refinement. Even if the first 2 rounds were losses, as long as one completely thrashed their opponent in the third round of refining, they could similarly be victorious. The so-called complete thrash was one party completely cruise, HI plussing the other party in terms of medicinal pill quality, or one side successful refined the medicinal pill while the other party failed. If the difference in quality between the 2 people was not great, it was naturally the one who won the 2 rounds consecutively prior to this that won. And during this process, the opinions of the judges were actually very important. Therefore, that was why the Wind Emperor appointed the neutral alchemist A.S. association to host it. Of course, everyone could see the quality of the medicinal pill. The use of the judges would only surface under the situation where the difference was extremely minute. The medicinal pill that the 2 of you are going to refine is Tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, said the Quasi-Alchemy King. Among the Tier 3 pill formulas, some pill formulas were made known to the public and also publicly acknowledged to be extremely hard to refine medicinal pills. This Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill was one of those. Seeing this pill formula, the expression on Xiao Ruyan's face changed. The refining difficulty of this Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill was very high. Xiao Ruyan just happened to be weak in refining this sort of medicinal pill. At most, she only had 30% certainty of refining it out. And on the other side, a pleasantly surprised look appeared on Tong Wenhui's face. Evidently, this medicinal pill suited his taste. Xiao Rufeng frowned and said, "Why did this topic come out? The Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill just happens to be a medicinal pill that Ruyan is weak at. This battle is not going well." Xiao Chongfeng's expression was also very grave as he said, "The Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill's requirement towards fire control is very high, but Ruyan's weak point is fire control. It's really quite troublesome." Xiao Ruyan came before the medicinal cauldron and took in a deep breath, but her eyes involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently smiling at her. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's finger moved slightly, forming a seal. Xiao Ruyan could not help being stunned when she saw the situation. She thought to herself, "Wasn't this the seal that he struck out when I was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill? What does he mean?" Xiao Ruyan suddenly thought back to the feeling on the day when she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Although she was dog-tired at that time, that sort of feeling was very subtle. Could his meaning be to let me find the feeling on that day when I was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill? But I tried several times afterward and kept being unable to find that sort of state. Xiao Ruyan thought to herself. Calming down her emotions, Xiao Ruyan finally started to move and refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, preparing the herbs and refining the medicinal embryo. These were all not difficult things to Xiao Ruyan. On this step, she did an even more outstanding job than Tong Wenhui. What Xiao Ruyan was most worried about was the refinement. She really did not have much assurance. I must refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, even if it's only a low grade. Tong Wenhui's level is most likely at most just refining out a middle grade pill, even if he's adept at this kind of medicinal pills. As long as my medicinal pill isn't too poor, I'll win. Xiao Ruyan gritted her teeth and secretly made her resolve. Xiao Ruyan beckoned with one hand. The medicinal embryo flew into the medicinal cauldron. The flames gradually rose. Xiao Ruyan began the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pills refinement. Chapter 380, although she pulled out all stops to refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill. Not long after it started, Xiao Ruyan's rhythm became somewhat disorderly. Although she pulled out all stops to refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill. Not long after it started, Xiao Ruyan's rhythm became somewhat disorderly. Refining was a task that exhausted mental strength immensely. The aspects that needed to be taken care of was far too many. This was only refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill. When Yi Yuan was refining Tier 9 medicinal pills in his previous life, that was simply a colossal project. Refining a single medicinal pill for a month was something normal. But to the present Xiao Ruyan, the Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill was still an enormous challenge to her. Everyone present was an expert. One look, and they knew that Xiao Ruyan's condition was not quite right. Ruyan, this little girl has talent, but she is still too young in the end. An alchemy king elder evaluated her skill. Fire control requires very exquisite essence energy control. It isn't the work of a single day. For Ruyan, this S to be able to perform to this step is already very not easy. Yeah, the path of fire control doesn't have shortcuts. One can only become very meticulous through large amounts of practice. Tong Wenhui is several years older than her in the end. In this aspect, he's performing better than her. Looks like the victor is already determined in this match. Those few elders clearly did not think optimistically of Xiao Ruyan, because signs of her defeat had already appeared. Alchemy King experts were Alchemy King experts, after all. Even if they were questioned by Yi Yuan, their strength and vision were still right there. Xiao Ruyan felt that she was straining more and more. The medicinal pill inside the medicinal cauldron also became increasingly unstable, with the possibility of becoming a useless pill at any moment. But right at this time, she suddenly sensed a seal being struck into the medicinal cauldron unseen, making her jump in fright. In her panic, Xiao Ruyan nearly caused the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron to be ruined. And what's with Ruyan? This the essence energy undulations earlier were so intense that it nearly ruined the medicinal pill. Yeah, just a little more. But even so, it would probably be very difficult for her to rescue this medicinal pill too, right? It's almost certain that it will be refined into a useless pill. I've seen this refined pills before. Although her skills are still lacking, a mistake like this shouldn't have appeared. Could it be that the mental pressure is too great? Xiao Ruyan's little incident was enough to make many people choke up from fear. One had to acknowledge that everyone liked beautiful women. Not only was Xiao Ruyan beautiful, but her alchemy talent was also exceedingly high. Everyone naturally liked her even more. Although the Xiao family's influence was weak, it did not stop everyone from viewing her positively. For these alchemy kings to compare Xiao Ruyan to Tong Wenchang, it could be seen just how positively they viewed Xiao Ruyan. Hence, when they saw that Xiao Ruyan actually made such an error, quite a few people heaved a sigh while wringing their hands. However, Xiao Ruyan, in the midst of refining, not only did not have the slightest hint of remorse at this time, but she was also excited to the point she was about to scream out. It's this sort of feeling. It's this sort of feeling. I found it. I found it. Xiao Ruyan was wildly elated in her heart. This sort of feeling was precisely the sort of feeling when Yi Yuan injected the seal while she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. When she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill previously, she was also in a total mess from the beginning, all the way until Yi Yuan threw in that seal, guiding her into a subtle rhythm. Later on, Xiao Ruyan also tried it out a few times, wanting to find that subtle feeling of fire control. But all of it failed, all the way until Yi Yuan gesticulated that hand sign at her just now. Xiao Ruyan finally ascertained that Yi Yuan's seal was absolutely intentional. Her refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was no coincidence at all. Yi Yuan helped her to refine the pill. Therefore, she had been following the path from that day, when she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill from the very beginning and kept wanting to find that feeling back then. Now, she finally found it. Oh, not only was Ruyan, that S not affected by that mistake just now, she gradually entered the most optimal state instead. It's true. This S seems to have gotten a knack for it. Her fire control ability seemed to have gone up a huge step. Hiss. The medicinal pill is on the verge of taking form soon. She's actually about to refine. Successfully. Truly inconceivable, according to past experiences, for such a major fault to happen during the refining. It could only refine a useless pill. Wanting to salvage the situation in the later stages was something virtually impossible. However, Xiao Ruyan did it. Condense. Xiao Ruyan gave a light cry. The medicinal pill formed. The result was that Xiao Ruyan actually finished earlier than Tong Wenhui. Xiao Ruffin could not conceal the euphoria in his heart and cried out, "Well done, Ruyan!" Although Xiao Changfeng did not speak, one could tell from his expression that he also felt very surprised and pleased by this result. Except that Xiao Ruyan was not looking at them, but at Yi Yuan, who was at the side instead, her eyes filled with grat. 1, 2. Yi Yuan raised a thumbs up at her and returned a faint smile. At this time, Xiao Ruyan did not have the cold haughtiness from a few days back, but looked like a little girl who received a praise from her lover. Instead, her cheeks turned red. When Xiao Changfeng saw this scene, he involuntarily frowned. But he did not say anything. It was just that Xiao Changfeng could not help being secretly very puzzled. Could it be that Ruyan being able to refine this medicinal pill was also due to Yi Yuan's credit? This boy. What on earth was his background? Before long, Tong Wenhui also refined successfully. The remainder was left to the 7 alchemy kings to make a verdict. The 2 medicinal pills were placed before the 7 alchemy kings. The few people consulted for a while. Yang Shou opened his mouth to say, what Tong Wenhui refined is middle-grade jade pith ice clear pill, while Xiao Ruyan's is low-grade. The 3rd round, Tong Wenhui wins. Talking up to here, everyone held their breaths. Now, it would have to depend on whether or not Tong Wenhui's medicinal pill could thoroughly suppress Xiao Ruyan's. If it could completely crush hers, he still had a possibility of obtaining victory, only to see Yang Shou pause for a moment, then open his mouth again to say, but the medicinal pill that Tong Wenhui refined just barely managed to reach the level of middle grade, while Xiao Ruyan's jade pith ice clear pill is already infinitely close to middle grade. Hence, collating the results of the 3 matches, Xiao Ruyan wins. What? How is that possible? Such a large mistake happened to Xiao Ruyan in the middle. The final completed medicinal pill actually infinitely approaches middle grade. Tong Fengshuo blurted out. Yang Xiu's brows knitted, and he said unhappily, "Family head Tong, are you also questioning us old fellows? If you don't trust this elderly self, you can come and see yourself." You're also an alchemy king. It's unlikely that you can't even distinguish the grade of the medicinal pill, right? Yang Xiu was filled with pent-up anger. Today, he was repeatedly questioned by people. As an alchemist, as association elder, since when had he suffered such treatment? But towards Xiao Ruiyan's performance, Yang Xiu was also very shocked inwardly. Such a large mistake happened. But not only did Xiao Ruiyan not refine a useless pill, she even raised the quality of the medicinal pill to such an extent. It was truly mind-boggling. Tong Fangshua had an awkward look. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Elder Yang misunderstood. I'm not questioning the few of you. It's just. Yang Xiu waved his sleeves and interrupted his words, saying, "Come, men, bring these 2 medicinal pills before family head Tong, and let him see for himself whether this old man is lying through my teeth or not." Chapter 381. Tong Fangshua looked at the 2 medicinal pills before his eyes and was silent for a long time. Tong Fangshua looked at the 2 medicinal pills before his eyes and was silent for a long time. Family head Tong, I wonder if Yang Xiu, talked nonsense or not? Yang Xiu asked in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Tong Fangshua had an awkward look as he said, "It's this Tong's yardstick of a petty man. I hope that Elder Yang is magnanimous enough to forgive." Humph! Yang Xiu gave a cold snort and spoke no more. Over on this side, the Xiao family members also heaved a long sigh in relief. The first battle was really won in a rather thrilling manner. If not for Yi Yuan coming forward at the crucial moment to point out the mistake of the 7 great elders, Xiao Ruiyan would have already been defeated now. The problem was that the Xiao family simply could not afford to lose the first 2 matches. As long as they lose one, this grand pill, Semli would not have any need to continue either. Well done, Ruiyan! Ruiyan, you're truly my Xiao family's fine daughter. For a moment, Xiao family members' praises gushed forward like floodwaters. But Xiao Ruiyan was very indifferent. She did not have much good impression towards these family elders. "Ji Qing, thank you." Xiao Ruiyan came in front of Yi Yuan and gave thanks solemnly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "It's Miss Ruiyan, that is impressive. What has it got to do with me? All right, take a rest first. The match later is about to begin." Xiao Ruiyan nodded slightly and sat back onto her seat. Xiao family, many people's complexions were ugly. The feeling of being disregarded by Xiao Ruiyan made them very displeased, and this sort of unhappiness was also carried forward to Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Yang Xiu said, "All right, the second battle begins now. Xiao family's Xiao Rufeng versus Tong family's Tong Wenshou." Xiao Rufeng stood up. Xiao Changfeng instructed, "Keep cool. Take down this match and deny Tong Wenchang the opportunity to step onto the stage, and we'll win." Xiao Rufeng nodded and stepped onto the stage directly. And on the other side, Tong Fangshua similarly stopped Tong Wenshou and exhorted, "Wenshou, teach Xiao Rufeng a good lesson for me, and let everybody see just how great your improvement is." "Yes, family head." Watching Tong Wenshou's departing back view, Tong Fangshua smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Changfeng, do you think that by marshaling soldiers in rank for battle like this can catch me off guard? In front of absolute strength, you're just a joke." The second battle, the development of the battle situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Rufeng was the Xiao family's #1 genius. Even if he was not at his peak condition right now, his strength and experience should still surpass Tong Wenshou. Yet, when the battle started, Tong Wenshou was unbelievably powerful, making everyone drop their GLA. SES. The first match, Const. 1. Tooting medicinal pills. Tong Wenshou actually identified all of the spirit medicines and even wrote down 3 more answers than Xiao Rufeng in the constant tooting medicinal pills part. Everyone was staring open-mouthed. The Xiao family members were completely scared out of their wits. Even Xiao Changfeng had a grave expression too. Tong Wenshou's strength Serpa set everyone's expectations. A dark horse. This is absolutely a dark horse. Xiao Changfeng racked his brains in scheming, but he probably never expected that Tong Wenshou's strength was actually formidable to such an extent. Even if Xiao Rufeng's refining condition was not at his peak state, his foundation skills are still there. He's actually totally suppressed by Tong Wenshou. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if Xiao Rufeng can salvage the situation at the back. If he can't make a comeback, then the Xiao family is utterly finished. For a moment, whisperings sounded out inside the hall. Tong Wenshou's performance astounded everybody. The situation, which should have been a one-sided win, actually had a drama-like change appear. Xiao Rufeng was also unbelievably stunned. A deep sense of defeat came over. He was already completely beaten down by the Tong family's #1 genius, Tong Wenchang. If he could not even win the #2 Tong Wenshou, then wouldn't he, the Xiao family's #1 genius, become a joke in the capital? Xiao Rufeng gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I must make a comeback at the back. I can't lose. If I lose, the Xiao family will be utterly finished. I absolutely can't lose. Indeed, Xiao Rufeng finally regained one round in the second match. Except Xiao Rufeng's advantage in the second match was negligible. He only wrote one more type of medicinal herb than Tong Wenshou. Not only did this sort of result fail to let everyone feel his spur, but it also affirmed Tong Wenshou's might instead. The final round. One can tell that Tong Wenshou's basic skills are very solid. It's just who knows what will happen when he really refined pills. Looks like all these years, Tong Wenshou has been covered up by Tong Wenchang's radiance the entire time. The Tong family's #2 genius actually has such strength. Winning the Xiao family twice in a row is also something within reason. I feel that Tong Wenshou's refining strength might not be weak. At the very least, it won't be much weaker than the peak condition Xiao Rufeng. And now, Xiao Rufeng is not yet fully recovered. The victor is really hard to determine. If one said that a match was still luck after 2 matches, and, body doubted Tong Wenshou's strength anymore. The strength of this fellow who lived in the shadow of the genius Tong Wenchang was so powerful that it was terrifying. Ha ha ha! Those fools from the Xiao family still thought that they could win our Tong family like this. What a freaking joke. Before I broke through, Wenshou's strength was never much weaker than mine. They actually naively believed that they could win Wenshou by relying on an invalid. Too naive. Tong Wenchang burst into laughter. Ha ha! Big Brother Wenshou is unleashed. Plussing everything he has after staying low profile. This time, he finally let the people of the capital see his brilliance. Tong Wenwei did not suffer the effects of a setback and was full of smiles with Tong Wenchang. Ha ha! But I also never thought that Xiao Changfeng actually arranged for that punk to fight with me. It really makes me very excited. Tong Wenchang looked at Yi Yuan in the distance with unfriendly eyes. He had a feeling of being humiliated previously in front of the gates. This time, he was prepared to vent it out properly and thoroughly shatter Yi Yuan's confidence. As he was talking, he beckoned with his finger. Du Chun, who was behind with a vacant look, carried tea water in front of him. Tong Wenchang received the tea and savored a sip. He pointed at his knee and said, "Endless world's trash, quickly give me a sage to loosen up my joints." Du Cheng's divine soul was being controlled and could only be at the mercy of Tong Wenchang. He bent his body to help sage. SSS. You pig, what are you using so much strength for? Wanna die? As he spoke, Tong Wenchang stomped a foot on Du Cheng's chest, kicking him far away. Du Cheng was directly kicked until he vomited a large mouthful of blood, but he still struggled to his feet and returned to Tong Wenchang's side to continue helping him loosen his muscles and bones. Tong Wenchang had an enjoying look this time and groaned, "This strength is more like it. Her. And Yi Yuan, what wrong with you?" Ever since Xiao Ruyan came back, her attention had been on Yi Yuan all along. Right then, she suddenly sensed that Yi Yuan's breathing was slightly disorderly and could not help being very curious. Yi Yuan's expression was normal as he turned his head and said to Xiao Ruyan with a smile, "Nothing. It's just that seeing the final decisive battle, my state of mind is in somewhat of an upsurge. That's all." Tong Wenchang did not know how terrifying of an opponent he had provoked. Chapter 382, Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchang's match starting to get everyone's attention. Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchang's match starting to get everyone's attention. Naturally, there would not be anybody who noticed Yi Yuan's fury, which was constrained to the limits in a corner. The two people started refining. Tong Wenshou's strength refreshed everyone's understanding once again. His movements did not have any areas that were the slightest bit sluggish. He practically completed the medicinal pill's refinement in one go. On the other hand, one could see from Xiao Rufeng's refinement that he was indeed not at his optimal condition. Even so, he still completed the refinement splendidly. When the two medicinal pills were delivered in front of Yangxiu, everyone held their breaths once again. This match was the crucial battle that determined who won and who lost for the Tu Xiao and Tong families. The 7 great alchemy king elders evaluated for some time. It was still Yangxiu who spoke, saying, "What Xiao Rufeng refined is middle grade. What Tong Wenshou refined is high grade. This match, the Tong family wins." Xiao Rufeng's head exploded with a buzz. Lost just like this? Xiao family. Poor. Xiao Rufeng's emotions were too agitated, which finally brought out his old injuries, spewing out a mouthful of blood. "Big brother." Rufeng. Xiao Changfeng and Xiao Ruyan hurriedly supported Xiao Rufeng, only to see his complexion ashen white, looking extremely frail. "Father." Ruyan is sorry. It's all my fault." The self-reproach in Xiao Rufeng's heart could only be imagined. "Don't speak any more. I'll send people to bring you back to rest properly." Xiao Changfeng said, "Brother, don't talk anymore. You've already done your best." Xiao Ruyan's tears streamed down, but Xiao Rufeng shook his head obstinately and said, "No, I'm not going back. I want to see the conclusion." But, Xiao Ruyan and her brother's feelings were evidently very deep. Seeing Xiao Rufeng like this, her heart ached immensely. Right at this moment, a palm reached out in front of her. A medicinal pill was held in the center of the palm. Xiao Ruyan turned around to take a look. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? "Let him eat it," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xiao Ruyan lowered her head to take a look and could not help being greatly shocked, saying, High-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Where did you get it from, Ji Qing?" "Don't Xiao family guest retainers have this authority? I went to ask for some medicinal herbs and took some time out these 2 days to refine it. Quickly let him eat it. If this continues, he'll die," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Oh, okay." Xiao Ruyan hurried fed the medicinal pill to Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Changfeng was also very astonished. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill was a pill formula held only by his Xiao family. Moreover, it was not a complete version. How did Yi Yuan know? Furthermore, this boy could actually refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. When the Xiao family recruited Yi Yuan, What Yi Yuan refined was the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill, while the refining difficulty of the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was way greater compared to the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. With Xiao Rian's strength, she only barely refined a low grade, but Yi Yuan could refine a high grade. Perhaps the Xiao family had not reached the end of their ropes yet. After Xiao Changfeng settled his son down, he came in front of Yi Yuan and said softly, "Little brother Ji." But Yi Yuan interrupted his words and said, "No need to promise me anything. This battle, I'll beat Tong Wenchang until he doesn't have the confidence to refine pills anymore in the future." Yi Yuan's words were very calm and did not sound like any heroic words. However, Xiao Changfeng felt a chill arise. He sensed that Yi Yuan was not joking, except that Yi Yuan, he was only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Could he beat the quasi-alchemy King Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills in the future? This sounded rather comical, no matter how one listened to it. But regardless of what, Xiao Changfeng saw the final trace of hope. This was much better than despair. To be able to refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill, maybe this Ji Qing could really contend with Tong Wenchang? Over on the Xiao family's side, it was deathly quiet. Everyone was like a defeated rooster. Towards Yi Yuan, they completely did not have any confidence at all. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster versus a quasi-alchemy king. Are you kidding? While at the Tong family's side, there was jubilation all around. Both sides formed a powerful contrasting difference. "Ha ha ha! Well done, Wenshou!" Tong Wenchang hugged Tong Wenshou and said happily, "Haha, just lucky." Fortunately, Xiao Rufeng is not at his optimal condition right now because he failed his A.S. Salt on the Sea Transformation Realm. Tong Wenshou was very low profile. "Oh, Wenshou, you don't need to belittle yourself. I'm all too clear about Xiao Rufeng's level. Even if he's at his peak condition, he might not be able to beat you. Even if he's stronger than you, he's also not much stronger." Tong Wenshou nodded and said, "And next, it will be up to you, Wenchang." Tong Wenchang was delighted when he heard that. He said, "Ha ha, I already can't wait to get up on stage. I've been annoyed at that punk long ago. This time, I'm going to let him know how medicinal pills are refined." Tong Wenshou smiled and said, "I heard that punk is just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. With your strength, you can completely crush him. But, Wenchang, you still have to be careful. The Xiao family are not fools. Since they sent him out, he definitely has aspects Serpa, as sing others." But Tong Wenchang replied unconcernedly, "What aspects Serpa, sing others can there be? I've long inquired clearly. This punk can only refine the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. He can at most leap ranks to refine medicinal pills. It's no big deal. If our realms were similar, I would really need to be a little careful. But he's just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. He's too weak." Tong Wenshou smiled and did not refute. He knew that what Tong Wenchang said was right. He was also well aware of the degree of Tong Wenchang's genius. It was impossible to lose to such a young, middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Tong Wenshou's talent was not poor. It could even be said to be very impressive. But in the Tong family, he had always been steadily pressed down a notch by Tong Wenchang, who was even younger than him. The disparity between the two could be seen. If Tong Wenchang could not even take care of a brat like this, then that would really be a joke. At this time, Tong Fangshua came over as well and said to Tong Wenchang, "Wenchang, take down that boy and on go, and let the Xiao family thoroughly scram out of the capital. We've prepared for so many years. Today, the day of harvest has finally arrived." Tong Wenchang smiled and said, "Rest assured, father. I'll be right back." As he said, He kicked aside Du Chung, who was beside with one leg, and walked into the battle arena. And this scene similarly landed in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan was very calm right now, but the calmer he was, the more it showed just how great his rage was at this present moment. Tong Wenchang came before Yi Yuan and said with a wide grin, "Punk, when we were outside, you probably never even dreamt that your opponent would be me, right? Ha, don't be afraid. I won't leave any face for you." But Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, "Hope that you can still laugh in a while." "I can't laugh? Ha ha ha. What a hilarious joke. If you're just amusing me, congratulations to you. You've done it. But I want to see if it's you who can't laugh in a while, or me who can't laugh." Tong Wenchang said with a proud look. Chapter 383. When Yang Xiu saw Yi Yuan, his expression was rather unnatural. When Yang Xiu saw Yi Yuan, his expression was rather unnatural. His authority was questioned by an unknown boy. Furthermore, he even questioned it successfully. No matter how one spun it, it was very humiliating. He reckoned that this matter would spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. But this was a matter that Sovereign Star Abyss personally took an interest in. He could not fly off the handle either. Yang Xiu thought to himself, "Don't let me catch your handle in a while. Otherwise, I'll make you die very horribly." Restraining his state of mind, Yang Xiu said, "The third match, Xiao family's Ji Qing versus Tong family's Tong Wenchang. Begin." The first match, Constant I, tooting medicinal pills. "Bring up the spirit medicines." The quasi-alchemy king's voice sounded out once again. When his voice fell, Tong Wenchao was like on stimulants, oddly excited, while Yi Yuan, who was opposite him, closed his eyes to recuperate as if everything happening here had nothing to do with him. TCH, deliberately mystifying things. Tong Wenchang said disdainfully, "Soon enough, 100 types of spirit medicines were brought to the stage and packed to the brim." Tong Wenchang started immediately entering information into the jade slip at high speed. While at this time, Yi Yuan still did not move yet. Tong Wenchang gave a cold laugh, and his speed of entering the stage did not stop. Identifying these spirit medicines was nothing hard to him. The real difficulty was Constant I, tooting the medicinal pills. Tong Wenchang's speed was exceedingly quick. It was faster than everyone prior to him. One could tell that Tong Wenchang's basic skills were terrifyingly solid. Even the Xiao family's #1 genius, known as Xiao Rufeng, was far from him. And why hasn't Ji Qing started yet? Could it be that he has already given up? I already said, he definitely just happened to know that obscure knowledge. That's how he guessed it correctly. A teenage baby. How deep can his attainments in the alchemy path be? Sigh. This Ji Qing's performance prior to this was so eye-catching. Originally, I still wanted to see if there are any surprises. Looking at it now, I was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made many people feel very disappointed. In this sort of time where every second needed to be seized, Yi Yuan was actually resting his mind with closed eyes. What was he playing at? Posturing was not done like this, no matter how beautifully you postured. What was the use if you lose in an utter mess in the end? When Xiao Changfeng saw this scene, he wished that he could jump up there and wind Yi Yuan up. What was he doing? What on earth is Ji Qing this punk thinking about? Why hasn't he moved yet? Xiao Changfeng said anxiously, "Father, Ji Qing doing so should have some deep meaning." Xiao Ruyan said weakly. Actually, she did not dare to confirm either. But Yi Yuan, this punk, was indeed very mysterious. Maybe he really had his own plans. What deep meaning can there be? I don't freaking understand. Could it be he can use his nose to sniff out every type of spirit medicines? Or perhaps he's already deducing the pill formula in his head? Xiao Changfeng said rather exasperatedly. This. Xiao Ruyan did not know how she should refute it as well. What father said was clearly not possible, and, oh, body could do something so heaven-defying. Although Xiao Ruyan had long viewed Yi Yuan in a completely different light, she also did not think that Yi Yuan could do that. Ha ha, punk, you just slowly posture there. I'll see how you give an account to the Xiao family in a while. Tong Wenchang had a pleased look. He had already identified half of the spirit medicines. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Quickly look, Ji Qing is about to begin. Only starting at this time. Doesn't he feel that it's too slow? Tong Wenchang has already identified half of the spirit medicines. Yet, Yi Yuan did not start identifying the spirit medicines as they imagined. He directly picked up the jade slip and started entering the contents. This scene stunned everyone even more. What is he doing here? Started logging in once he opened his eyes. Ha, he's trying to defy the heavens here. He can't have already identified all of the spirit medicines, right? I finally understood it. This boy is purely here to be funny. The matter of questioning the 7 great elders earlier might be a blind cat catching a dead rat. You pet into it. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made everyone's SES drop. Forget about a teenage youth. Even those alchemy kings that have lived for several hundred years did not dare to answer questions like that either. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm done." As he spoke, Yi Yuan handed the jade slip to that quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wenchang was stupefied by Yi Yuan's move and involuntarily stopped. No way, right? You're already done? Are you challenging the elder's bottom line? Forget it. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you either. Tong Wenchang was thoroughly speechless. Outside the stage, there was an even greater commotion. Oh my gee. Oh Dee, where did this boy come from? I've already been wholly defeated. Does he think he's AG? Oh Dee, swept a glance, and all the answers are crystal clear in his heart. All manners of ridicule came over, but there was a sound isolating formation in the stage. Yi Yuan could not hear it all. After he handed over the jade slip, he went to one side by himself to rest. Bang! The cup in Xiao Changfeng's hand was crushed into powder by him. Is this punk making fun of my Xiao family? To actually be so half-hearted like this. Previously, he even said to me to make Tong Wenchang not have the confidence to refine pills in the future. Utter bulls. I+T. Xiao Changfeng gnashed his teeth angrily. Xiao Ruyan was speechless. Honestly speaking, she also felt that he was too slipshod in doing this. Could it be that the thing that happened previously was just her own misconception? After 4 hours, Tong Wenchang finally deduced all of the answers and handed it up. The quasi-alchemy king turned in the 2 people's jade slips together. Yang Xiu received the 2 people's jade slips and conveniently placed the model answer's jade slip and Tong Wenchang's jade slip into the spirit artifact. The light curtain appeared. The reason why he did so was that he already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was here to cause trouble, answering all of the questions in a short 15 minutes. How was that possible? Previously, this brat actually guessed correctly. Heaven is really blind. Comparing it, Yang Xiu nodded secretly. This Tong Wenchang was still very reliable, well deserving of being the first person among the juniors to advance to quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wenchang, 100 types of spirit medicines, all correct. There are a total of 73 kinds of compositions that the 7 of us inferred, and Tong Wenchang answered 56 kinds. Yang Xiu announced, indeed worthy of being the number 1 person in the junior generation. He's actually this impressive. In my opinion, Even if Xiao Rufeng really broke through to the sea transformation realm, he probably won't be Tong Wenchang's match either. Yeah, this first match is purely on the understanding of medicinal effects, and it has nothing to do with cultivation realm. Tong Wenchang's performance is way better than Xiao Rufeng's. Don't forget, there's still that funny boy. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiu gave Yi Yuan a ruminating look and placed his jade slip into the spirit artifact, saying, "Next, we'll look at Ji Qing's answers. Answering in just 15 minutes, he should have a well-thought-out plan, right?" These words sounded sarcastic upon hearing it. Finally, it was time for him to give vent to his anger. The light display was densely covered in words. What was written was even more than the model answers. With the mentality of poking fun, Yang Xiu swept a look at the light curtain, but the expression on his face now was exceedingly fascinating. Chapter 3, 84, ha ha ha. You guys, look at that Ji Qing's answer. It seems to be much longer than the judge's answer. Ha ha ha. You guys, look at that Ji Qing's answer. It seems to be much longer than the judge's answer. He's amazing what? He can even point out the error in the 7 great elders' answer. So his level is naturally higher than the 7 great elders added together. His answer is naturally longer too. Uffed, you're so bad. But this boy really did it over the top, trying to please the public with hogwash, for fear that others don't know that he's a moron. Seeing the densely filled answers on the light curtain, everyone was ridiculing Yi Yuan. A contestant's answer was way more than the model answer. Was this being funny? Did he really think that he was an alchemy sovereign that could overpower 7 great alchemy king experts? They did not notice that Sovereign Star Abyss's eyes, which had been closed all along, opened slightly, his eyes emitting 2 rays of light as he looked at the light curtain. "What wrong, Elder Yang?" "Not announcing the results yet," said an alchemy king. Seeing Yang Xiu in a daze, the alchemy king could not help but to urge him. He was completely disinclined to even look at the contents on the light curtain. Sheer nonsense also had to have a limit. Yang Xiu took in a deep breath and said slowly to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, wait a moment. Allow us to discuss it." Finished talking, Yang Xiu said to the other 6 judges in a low voice, "The few of you take a close look at Ji Qing's answers." The 6 alchemy kings were stupefied when they heard this. Their gaze involuntarily turned to look at the light curtain. A single look, and they were all horrifyingly shocked. Yi Yuan's answers were actually exactly the same as the answers that they deduced together. No, it could not be said to be exactly the same, because Yi Yuan's answers were even more than their answers. What is going on here? If one says that he is lucky, isn't this too lucky? Then what's with the extra answers? Hiss. The 73 kinds of answers that we've listed, Ji Qing's answer have it all up there. The remainder is all answers that we didn't list. How to calculate this? The 7 people gathered together and started to discuss urgently, and this scene made everyone feel bewildered. What in the world is happening? Why aren't they announcing the results yet? Seems like something is not quite right. Can it be that this Ji Qing's answer really has quite a few correct? He didn't blindly toss out so many answers, and he was lucky to guess correctly in the end, right? Wrong. I checked carefully just now. The medicinal pill combinations that the correct answers have. Ji Qing's answer has all of them. That's also to say that he answered all the questions correctly. But what's with the extra answers? What? All of them? How is this possible? A tossed stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone checked the answers on the light curtain in succession. They discovered to their astonishment that the 73 kinds of answers the elders listed, Yi Yuan really answered all of them. Tong Wenchang was naturally checking them too. Along with the affirmation of each answer, his expression became exceedingly ugly. What did this count as? Ji Qing shut his eyes for a long time and wrote the answers right after opening his eyes. The result was that all of the answers were correct, and there were even so many more answers. Tong Wenchang suddenly had a very absurd thought. It was not to such an extent where these additional answers were also correct answers, right? Could it be that this boy was clairvoyant and could know the past, present, and future? This was too nonsensical. At this time, Yang Xiao and others still had yet to figure out the result. To say that Ji Qing lost, he had indeed answered all of the questions. To say that Ji Qing won, his answers were several dozen more than the correct answers. What the H, E, L, I was up with these extra answers. Helpless, Yang Xiao could only stand up and salute Sovereign Star Abyss, saying, "Lord Star Abyss, have a look at the result of this match. How should this be handled?" Star Abyss closed his eyes again at this time. He just lightly uttered 3 words. "Ji Qing wins." The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Tong Wenchang's entire body quivered, his eyes turning red instantaneously. Forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, Tong Wenchang gave Star Abyss a bow and asked, "Lord Star Abyss," Wenchang boldly asks, "Ji Qing, he answered so many nonsensical answers. So why can he still win? Could it be just because he answered all of the model answers?" Tong Fangshua was greatly startled and hurriedly yelled out, "Wenchang, shut your mouth for me. How can you dare to be rude to Lord Star Abyss?" Who knew that Star Abyss waved his hand slightly to stop him and said, "Coolly, model answer. Whence does the model answer come from? If one had to say that there is a model answer, then Ji Qing's answer is the model answer." Buzz. When Star Abyss's words came out, there was a huge uproar. Ji Qing's answer was the model answer? This. How was this possible? Ji Qing's answer was several dozen more than the 7 great alchemy kings' answer. His answer was the model answer. Didn't that mean that his individual strength was even stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? This kind of result, when heard, was simply a fantasy tale. If these words came out from another person's mouth, they would definitely treat it as bulls. H, I plus T, but these words were uttered out from Sovereign Star Abyss's mouth. Who was Sovereign Star Abyss? He was the absolute authority in the Central Capital's alchemy world. The words that he said, who dared to question them? This Ji Qing is simply too heaven-defying to actually list down so many medicinal pill combinations. Could it be that he already knew beforehand which spirit medicines could appear today? Otherwise, how can he possibly infer so many answers within such a short period of time? Yeah, this boy is too heaven-defying. When he wrote the answers from start to end, without pause like he knew the answers long ago. Can it be that he really knew the answers in advance? Knew my asterisk, SS. Didn't you see that the answers he has written are several dozen more than the model answers? I counted just now. Ji Qing wrote a total of 120 answers, more than twice of the answers that Tong Wenchang wrote. This is really brutal enough. Tong Wenchang looked around vacantly, battered out of his senses. His eyes could not quite find a focal point. The densely filled answers on Ji Qing's light curtain were actually all correct answers. Could it be that this brat's basic skills were even that much stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? Comparing him with Yi Yuan was simply like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. At this time, Yi Yuan, who had been sitting quietly the entire time, uninterestedly suddenly got up and came beside Tong Wenchang. He said with a smile on his face, "This is only the beginning. It will be even more interesting at the back. You can continue to laugh. If you don't laugh, it's pointless." Finished talking, Yi Yuan returned to his area and said to that quasi-alchemy king, "You can start the second round already?" The quasi-alchemy king was stunned. Oh. As he said, his gaze turned to look at Yang Xiu, waiting for his command. Yang Xiu nodded and said, "The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills. Begin." Overwhelming rage. Tong Wenchang pointed at Yi Yuan and snarled, "Punk, don't think that you'll win for certain like this. We still don't know who will emerge victorious." Chapter 385, 3 medicinal pills were presented before Yi Yuan and Tong Wenchang respectively. 3 medicinal pills were presented before Yi Yuan and Tong Wenchang respectively. That quasi-alchemy king was just about to announce the commencement when he was interrupted by Tong Wenchang. "Wait a minute." The quasi-alchemy king frowned and asked, "What is it?" Tong Wenchang clasped his hands at Yang Xiu and said, "Elder Yang, I request to deconstruct 10 medicinal pills. Furthermore, include 3 quasi-tier, 4 medicinal pills among them." When Yang Xiu heard that, his eyes narrowed. Clearly, he was weighing Tong Wenchang's suggestion. Undoubtedly, this request of Tong Wenchang greatly increased the difficulty of deconstructing the medicinal pills. To alchemy grandmasters, they were the most familiar with Tier 3 medicinal pills. Before breaking through to quasi-alchemy king, them researching Tier 4 medicinal pills was simply meaningless. It was completely an action reaching for something beyond their grasp. And Tong Wenchang himself actually just broke through to quasi-alchemy king not long ago too. His proficiency level in quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was not high. This request undoubtedly increased the difficulty for both sides. After musing for a moment, Yang Xiu slowly said, "I don't have any objections, but this request of yours still has to get the Xiao family's approval. After all, this is the compact. One tie-in between your 2 families." "I disagree. The tradition of the Grand Pill, A.S. Semley has always been competing 3 Tier 3 medicinal pills. What qualifications does a junior like Tong Wenchang have to alter the rules?" Xiao Changfeng immediately rejected. Tong Wenchang sneered and said, "Humph! The Xiao family are all a bunch of cowards. Don't even dare to fight a fair and above-board compet. One, tie in and only know how to use some small tricks. Since this punk can write out so many correct answers, I reckon that deconstructing 10 medicinal pills can't stump him either, right? Why don't you ask his opinion?" Finished talking, Tong Wenchang looked at Yi Yuan with a ridiculing face and said, "Boy, you're not the same as the Xiao family members. All cowards, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Tong Wenchang with a smile that was not a smile and answered with a question, "Do you really want to compete?" Not knowing why, when he saw Yi Yuan smile, Tong Wenchang suddenly had a bad feeling. But his words were already said. He naturally had no reason to withdraw them and smack his own face. Moreover, even if this punk was more powerful, it was also not possible to deconstruct quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, right? "Of course." Words that Tong Wenchang, said, "How can there be the logic of taking them back? You just say whether you dare or not. Since that's the case, then let's play a little bigger. Change the 10 medicinal pills all to quasi-tier 4. How about that?" Yi Yuan was still very indifferent. The words said were light as a feather, like quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills were the same as candy to him. Tong Wenchang's face darkened, looking at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. "This punk isn't deliberately forcing me, right? 10 quasi-tier 4 pills." Yi Yuan's words threw everyone into an uproar. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster actually wanted to deconstruct quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Furthermore, it was 10 pills. Although Yi Yuan's performance previously was very monstrous, everyone just thought that he was already familiar with Tier 3 medicinal pills to a heaven-defying degree. It could not go so far as to even quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only 16 years old, without repeated tempering. How could one possibly be familiar with medicinal pills to such a degree? Tong Wenchang gritted his teeth and said viciously, 10 pills then? How can I, an exalted quasi-alchemy king, be afraid of you, a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster? Yang Xiu also showed a slightly excited look. He wanted to see just where Ji Qing, this brat's limits, lied. Fine. Since both of you parties agree, then compete in deconstructing quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Yang Xiu said. When the 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills were placed in front of Tong Wenchang, his expression became very ugly. In deconstructing medicinal pills, the core materials were relatively easier to deconstruct, but the supplementary materials were not so easy to deconstruct. He could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan, and he could not help being stunned once more. Yi Yuan closed his eyes to rest again. Tong Wenchang was virtually about to break down. Where did this punk's confidence come from? These were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Could it be that he could also instantly answer these quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills? This punk is definitely kicking up a cloud of dust to mess with my mind. Don't look at him anymore. I just have to do my part well, and that will do. Tong Wenchang forcefully dragged his gaze back. But when he had just started to deconstruct the first medicinal pill, before even determining a single type of the main ingredient, Yi Yuan's nightmare-like voice sounded out. I'm done again, Yi Yuan said coolly. This time, the time that he used was even shorter than the previous time. Tong Wenchang opened and closed his mouth, feeling like his throat was somewhat dry. When he watched Yi Yuan hand the jade slip to the quasi-alchemy king, Tong Wenchang was practically about to crumble, but he had to control his impatience to finish deconstructing the 10 medicinal pills. What if Ji Qing is deliberately messing me up? Yes, it's definitely like this. Tong Wenchang secretly encouraged himself and forcefully dragged back his perturbed state of mind. Outside, everyone was exchanging glances. They already did not know what kind of words to use to describe their astoundment. These medicinal pills were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, and they were all medicinal pills owned solely by the Alchemist A.S. Association. Not one of them was a mass-produced stuff in the outside world. Yi Yuan did not even look at them and deconstructed all of the medicinal pills. Hey, do you think that Ji Qing's answer will be all correct again? This. Maybe? Deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so quickly, forget about quasi-alchemy kings. Even alchemy kings most likely can't do it as well. Unless they know the pill formula beforehand. But these 10 medicinal pills are all the Alchemist A.S. Association's exclusive pill formulas. This grand pill, A.S. assembly today is truly too surprising. Another long wait. Tong Wenchang finally finished deconstructing all of the medicinal pills. But at present, he was already covered in sweat. Putting aside the mental pressure, deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills in such a short time was also an enormous challenge to him. When the quasi-alchemy king presented the two persons' jade slips before Yang Xiu practically yes, and T.C. hid from him the 2 jade slips. But this time, Yang Xiu did not look at Tong Wenchang's jade slips. He plunged his divine sense into Yi Yuan's jade slip at the first moment. After several breaths, amazement was written all over Yang Xiu's face. Elder Yang, can it be that Ji Qing's answer? Yang Xiu smiled bitterly and said, You guys take a look yourselves. As he said, Yang Xiu Pa-S said Yi Yuan's jade slip to that alchemy king elder. After the alchemy king elder finished looking at it, he murmured to himself, How is this possible? After the 7 elders finished looking at it, the expression on their faces was practically identical. Everyone knew that Tong Wenchang's jade slip completely did not need to be looked at anymore. But out of a responsible attitude, after being shocked for a long time, the 7 elders still endured looking over Tong Wenchang's jade slip. However, their expressions when they were looking at Tong Wenchang's jade slip was with complete nonchalance. Evidently, after finished reading Yi Yuan's jade slip, they already found it tasteless. The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills, Ji Qing fully deconstructed the components of all 10 medicinal pills, and he answered all the questions correctly. This match, Xiao family's Ji Qing victorious. Yang Xiu finally announced the results. Chapter 3, 86 Buzz. Buzz. The word victorious was like a sledgehammer that smashed onto Tong Wenchang's chest, making him feel stifled. All correct. How was this possible? Could it be that Yi Yuan knew the complete pill formula for these 10 medicinal pills? If not for this case, how could he possibly deconstruct all of the components? Tong Wenchang's mind was in a disorderly mess. Yi Yuan won 2 matches in a row like he performed extraordinarily well today. This was too great of a blow to him. He was the Tong family's #1 genius, a legendary figure among the junior generation. Not that he could not take losses, but this manner of defeat really made him unable to accept it. The answers that he went through innumerable difficulties and racked his brains for did not even come close to him. Furthermore, from start to end, Yi Yuan did not even look at the questions and just directly submitted the answers. This way of winning was too abnormal and also too heavy of a blow. Right at this moment, it was only to hear Yang Xiu said slowly, "I know that everybody might have doubts about this result, so I'll order someone to seal up all the medicinal pills present and these 2 jade slips. If anyone has objections, they can go to the Wind Emperor to request to open the seal or pay a sufficient price to the Alchemist Association." These 10 medicinal pills were all exclusively owned by the Alchemist Association. In order to not let the pill formula leak out, one naturally had to pay an adequate price to be able to view it. If it were a normal circumstance, this price naturally would not be too great. But the problem was that Yi Yuan deconstructed all the components of the medicinal pills without missing a single one. This way, the possibility of the pill formulas leaking out would increase dramatically. Hence, if the Tong family wished to view Yi Yuan's jade slip, the price they had to pay would surely be hard to imagine. Up to this point, this crucial yet unsuspenseful combat. 1. Taiyan actually had a drama-like change. Yi Yuan secured 2 matches like a wild wind sweeping away fallen leaves, beating the Tong family's #1 genius, a low-rank quasi-alchemy King Tong Wenchang, until he could not even raise his head. Previously, everyone thought that the Xiao family would become a bygone after today. But Yi Yuan's sudden emergence forcefully dragged the Xiao family back. Now, the Xiao family already firmly suppressed the Tong family by a head. As long as Yi Yuan did not lose too horribly in the final match, the Xiao family could take back 70% of the medicinal pill market's management rights anew. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan's back view and actually felt a chill run down his back. Yes, an alchemy king expert shuddered at an alchemy grandmaster. He finally understood now what that sentence Yi Yuan said prior to this meant. To beat Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills. This statement sounded very laughable, but looking at it now, Tong Wenchang might really get a psychological obstacle in alchemy. This kind of simple, yet crude winning method was enough to utterly crush the opponent's confidence. If Tong Wenchang were unable to walk out from the shadow of today's defeat, then his accomplishments in this lifetime would probably end here. But when a person's confidence was completely crushed, how could it be easy to find it again? Such a method that destroyed one's opponent was even crueler than killing him directly. How in the world did Tong Wenchang offend Ji Qing that the latter would actually use such a cruel manner to crush his confidence. Xiao Changfeng dared to confirm that Yi Yuan completely did not have this intention before coming. Deciding to do so should be a sudden thought. Xiao Changfeng remained puzzled after pondering over it. Just what kind of a freak did my girl find? Xiao Changfeng unwittingly laughed wryly in his heart. Xiao Changfeng was originally the most worried person among everyone about the final match. But now he had inexplicable confidence in Yi Yuan. He felt that Yi Yuan could definitely defeat Tong Wenchang in refining pills, because to want to thoroughly crush Tong Wenchang's confidence, this third match was the most crucial one. The third match, the medicinal pill that the two of you will be refining, is the Tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. Yang Xiu said. When his voice fell, the surroundings burst into an uproar all at once. Oh my gee! Oh dee! It's actually the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. This is seriously crazy. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill is known as an emperor-like existence among Tier 3 medicinal pills. It was not because of its medicinal effect, but because of its refining difficulty. Yeah, the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's requirement towards soul force is exceedingly high. Up until now, I've never heard of any alchemy grandmasters that refined the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill before. Tong Wenchang was utterly defeated in 2 matches. This match, he finally saw a bit of hope. In the case of the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill, the advantage that he has is too great. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's pill formula was not really precious. Many major factions had it, but its refining difficulty was seriously too high. Those who could refine the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill were all quasi-alchemy king strength and above. Even low-ranked quasi-alchemy kings would also find it very taxing to refine this medicinal pill. As for an alchemy grandmaster, this medicinal pill was impossible to refine. Ha ha ha. When Tong Wenchang heard the contents of the final match, he started laughing madly. Ji Qing, even the heaven is helping me. I want to see just how you'll refine this medicinal pill that is unsolvable to alchemy grandmasters. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him. He still sat there with his eyes closed to rest his mind, with an appearance like this matter did not concern him. Tong Wenchang finally managed to find a bit of superiority sense and wanted to deal a good blow to Yi Yuan. But his fist landed on cotton, making him very depressed. Tong Fangshua could not help frowning when he saw the situation and finally could not sit still anymore. Wenchang, come over here. Tong Fangshua said solemnly. Tong Wenchang was startled and came before Tong Fangshua. Father, Wenchang, this boy is very abnormal, and his strength is formidable. You mustn't lower your guard. This third match concerns our Tong family's next 10 years' fortunes. The load on your shoulders is very heavy. Tong Fangshua said. Tong Wenchang broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, Wenchang knows. Father, please put your heart at ease. Tong Fangshua sighed lightly and said, How do you want me to feel at ease when you're like this? Didn't you notice that you've been completely brought into his rhythm by that kid? Tong Wenchang's hair stood on its ends from fear, and he broke into a cold sweat. But that punk. I know. That's why I didn't say anything when you lost the first 2 matches. This kid's knowledge in the alchemy path is extremely solid. He probably grew up in a medicine garden from a young age. But no matter how amazing he is, he's also just a 16-years-old youth. Do you understand? Tong Fangshua said. Father's meaning is, solid fundamental skills is Ji Qing's greatest advantage, but also his greatest disadvantage. The alchemy path has never had a shortcut that can be taken without copious amount of severe training and practice, there's no way to have any sort of accomplishments. He's only 16. How formidable do you think he can be when he's truly refining pills? Tong Wenchang's eyes lit up and said in delight, Father's meaning is that this Ji Qing, his theoretical knowledge, is extremely powerful, so it delayed actual practice instead. Tong Fengshuan nodded slightly and said, That's right. If it was some other medicinal pill, then forget it. But this explosive rising dragon pill is immensely advantageous to you. You just have to refine the pill according to your own rhythm. Forget all about the first 2 matches defeat. This match, you can definitely turn defeat into victory. Chapter 387. When he came back again, Tong Wenchang's emotion was much more stable. Looking at Yi Yuan, who was still closing his eyes and resting, he sneered coldly and returned back to his operating platform. The third match began. Tong Wenchang did not start right away, but took a deep breath to calm his mind before he started to portion the medicine. The medicinal herbs were already prepared. The alchemist just needed to dispense it according to the pill formula, then refined it into a medicinal embryo, and that would do. This was naturally not something difficult for Tong Wenchang. Soon enough, Tong Wenchang finished dispensing the medicinal herbs, but then he took a look at Yi Yuan on some devilish impulse. With this glance, he involuntarily had an impulse to spew blood again. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was actually closing his eyes to rest again. He had been bustling about for a long time, and Yi Yuan actually had not started work yet. My G. Oh, DP, you really have to posture like that? The first time was like this, the second time like this, and the third time was still like this. Ignore him. Ignore him. I just have to do things according to my own rhythm. He's only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. It's impossible to refine the explosive rising dragon pill. Tong Wenchang repeatedly exhorted himself. After reciting it silently for 10 times, Tong Wenchang's emotions finally stabilized somewhat. This time, he swore to never look at Yi Yuan again. Roughly an hour later, Tong Wenchang's refinement of the medicine embryo was already drawing to an end. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally moved. He came before the operating platform and directly crushed and mixed the spirit medicines together. Then he started refining the medicinal embryo straight away. There's such dispense. ENT of medicine? He doesn't even weigh it out. CK me. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. If this Ji Qing can refine out the explosive rising dragon pill like this, then us, these quasi-alchemy kings, really need to go jump into the river and kill ourselves. You should hold your words back a little. This Ji Qing has already consecutively created 2 miracles in a row. You're certain that he can't create another miracle? Hand-grabbing style of medicine portioning once again astonished everyone. But Yi Yuan already fully entered a state at this time, and was utterly unconcerned with everything in the outside world. Next was refining the medicinal embryo. It was only to see Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, completing the refinement of the medicinal embryo with extreme speed. Everyone was taken aback from shock. Yi Yuan actually completed refining the medicinal embryo at the same time as Tong Wenchang. What skill level was this? I've really increased my knowledge today. Turns out that prepping the medicine and refining the medicinal embryo can actually be done like this. Previously, I was still worried that Ji Qing's skill in actual practice would be lacking. Now, looks like this worry was totally undue. Yeah, if preparing the materials and refining the medicinal embryo are both fine, then Ji Qing is really too heaven-defying. Whether there's an issue or not, we'll know in a while, if the portioning ratio is wrong. Even if Ji Qing is the reincarnation of a divine Buddha, It's also not possible to refine out a finished medicinal pill. N. He's starting. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if any shocking actions would appear once again when Yi Yuan was refining the pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them. Triorigin's samsara art. Activate. The furnace fire rose sharply. Yi Yuan's figure vanished from the original spot. At the same time, Sovereign Star Abyss, who had his eyes shut all along, snapped open his eyes abruptly and stared fixedly in Yi Yuan's direction. What refining method is this? So formidable, simply unheard of. How is this refining pills? This is simply performing movement technique. No, wait. I feel that Ji Qing's refining method is very extraordinary. Did you guys see clearly? In the process of Ji Qing revolving his skill, he's actually hitting out one seal after another constantly. Of course I saw that. But does firing out seals like this has any benefits in forming the pill? Don't know. But have you noticed when he circles one round around the medicinal cauldron, he only fires out seals at 3 fixed points? It really is true. Yi Yuan already had a middle-rank alchemy Grandmaster Soul Force at this time. Executing the Triorigin's samsara art again was way easier compared to at the spirit condensation realm. His current movement technique was faster compared to before. The seals were already grasped more soundly and accurately. Gradually, a peculiar atmosphere undulated out in the hall. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's figure became increasingly slower and progressively clearer, just like the scene was playing in slow motion. Of course, even if it was in slow motion, Yi Yuan's figure was still very swift. Because his movements were too quick, everyone felt like it was pleasing to the eyes and mind. Yi Yuan's refining process was as if a form of art in their perspective. They were wrapped in the ecstasy of it. It was like they were drunk or dreaming. Under such a condition, time flew by swiftly. An hour went by in a flash. Then Yi Yuan cried out lightly, "Condense!" At this instant, the medicinal cauldron was actually enveloped by a multicolored light. It was persisting for a long time without dissipating. The entire place was deathly quiet, as if time had stopped. Only Tong Wenchang's actions, with sweat pouring down his face, made people feel like time was still flowing. Except that compared to Yi Yuan's refinement process, Tong Wenchang's refinement was just like a clown act. It was without any aesthetic sense to speak of. For a good long while, no idea who said the word legendary, which shattered this death-like silence. Legendary realm. This is the legendary realm. My G. Oh, D, I didn't think that I could actually see the legendary realm in my remaining years. Too marvelous. Refining pills, this sort of dry and dull thing, was actually given such a wonderful sense of beauty by Ji Qing. Truly too unbelievable. After the silence, sounds of exclamations sounded out all around. The few alchemy king elders at the top seats all exchanged glances. They saw from the other party's eyes amazement and envy. Yes, as an alchemist, this was the realm that they chased after all their life. They never would have expected that such a realm would actually appear on a 16-year-old youth. "I'm done," Yi Yuan nonchalantly said a sentence. He then returned back to his seat to close his eyes and rest, while on the other side, Tong Wenchang was still risking his life to refine the pill. He had also entered his own state and was completely oblivious to Yi Yuan's performance. He naturally did not know either that everyone was all using sympathetic eyes to look at him. After another hour, Tong Wenchang completed the pill refinement. Ha ha ha. My explosive rising dragon pill is at the very least middle grade, maybe even possibly high grade. Ji Qing, you'll lose this match for sure. Tong Wenchang clearly had yet to detect his own situation. Laughing wildly after forming the pill, but he soon discovered that the atmosphere was not quite right. And what's going on? Why are you all looking at me with those eyes? What I refined is a middle grade, maybe even high grade, explosive rising dragon pill. Even among low-rank quasi-alchemy kings, only a few can refine it, right? Tong Wenchang was rather baffled. Present Ji Qing's and Tong Wenchang's medicinal pills. I think this match doesn't have any suspense anymore. No, wait, I should say that the suspense is even greater. I think that everyone would want to know just what grade of explosive rising dragon pill Ji Qing refined, right? Yang Xiu said with some slight agitation. Chapter 388, the medicinal pill fragrance, had already permeated the entire hall. Everyone knew that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined would certainly be extraordinary. The medicinal pill fragrance had already permeated the entire hall. Everyone knew that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined would certainly be extraordinary. As for Tong Wenchang's despotic words, everyone overlooked it directly. At this time, there was already no one at all who paid attention to him. Elder Yang, quickly unveil the mystery. I can't wait anymore. Yeah, this explosive rising dragon pill. Even if an alchemy king expert came to refine it, they might not be able to guarantee high grade every time, let alone superior grade. I have a feeling that this explosive rising dragon pill is probably not limited to the level of superior grade. My G. O. D. A transcendent grade, explosive rising dragon pill. I simply dare not believe my eyes. Tong Wenchang looked perplexed, but when he heard everyone's words, he finally understood a little. At the very least, he knew that he was already utterly disregarded by people. Ji Qing, what on earth did he do? Yang Xiu looked at Yi Yuan's medicinal pill from left to right. The more he looked, the more he could not bear to part with it. Finally, Yang Xiu heaved a sigh in admiration and said, "You all guessed correctly. Ji Qing's explosive rising dragon pill is beyond all doubt transcendent grade. This is simply like an immortal medicine to martial artists who cultivates fire attribute cultivation methods." Tong Wenchang's entire being was petrified there. Only two words repeatedly reverberated in his head. Transcendent grade. Transcendent grade. A transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. I heard it wrongly. I must have heard it wrongly. A high-rank alchemy grandmaster refining a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. Isn't this insulting my intelligence? Tong Wenchang repeatedly suggested to himself. Still, body paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were glued at the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined. Really transcendent grade. Really transcendent grade. How many years has it been since a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill has appeared in our capital? Yeah, this is simply the pinnacle work of tier 3 medicinal pills, at least among alchemy grandmasters. No, within quasi-alchemy king realm, it's impossible for anyone to refine such a medicinal pill. Legendary realm, transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. I've simply witnessed a miracle today. Yi Yuan's masterpiece made everyone lose themselves in the wonder. Yang Xiu already could not wait to end this grand pill. Assembly. He wanted to have a good chat with this young man. The results don't need me to say it, right? This third match, the Xiao family. Wait. Yang Xiu's words were said halfway when it was rudely interrupted by Tong Wenchang. Yang Xiu's brows furrowed, his tone becoming cold as he said, "What do you have to say?" Tong Wenchang had a ferocious face as he said, "I feel that there's something fishy going on with this match. That boy is only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. How can he possibly refine a transcendent grade, explosive rising dragon pill? And also, the previous two match, His answers were too strange. Rumble. Yang Xiu's soul sea realm aura erupted completely. An overwhelmingly powerful aura crushed Tong Wenchang until he felt asphyxiated. Clearly, Yang Xiu really became enraged this time. Your meaning is that our alchemist A.S. association would collude with the Shao family to engage in fraud in this grand pill A.S. assembly? Yang Xiu said, leisurely, but anyone could sense his fury. Everyone was horrifyingly shocked. These words from Tong Wenchang could be considered to have poked the hornet's nest, although the capital's alchemist A.S. association headquarters was under the rule of the Wind Emperor. It did not mean that the Wind Emperor could freely issue orders to the Alchemist A.S. Association. In reality, the Alchemist A.S. Association could entirely not listen to the Wind Emperor's commands. It was just that because, in the fierce Gale world, the Wind Emperor was an extremely special existence. He was this small world's one-of-a-kind powerhouse. In order to express their respect, that was why the Alchemist A.S. Association was brought under the Wind Emperor's rule. While the Alchemist A.S. Association organized all past sessions of the Grand Pill A.S. Assembly, this was not an order issued by the Wind Emperor, but the Wind Emperor inviting this neutral organization. In the lower realms, unless they were brain damaged, otherwise, body dared to provoke an organization like the Alchemist A.S. Association. If not for this case, with the Wind Emperor's might, he could completely swallow up the Alchemist A.S. Association. However, did he dare? Tong Fangshua was greatly frightened by Tong Wenchang's words. He came forward to salute Yang Xiu and said, "Please don't blame him, Elder Yang." Wenchang, he is momentarily confused. That's why he would say such offending words. The Alchemist A.S. Association has hosted so many sessions of the Grand Pill A.S. Assembly and has always been impartial. How can we dare to question? Wenchang, why haven't you apologized to Elder Yang? As he reached the end, Tong Fangshua already had a stern tone and countenance. Yet, Tong Wenchang had already completely lost himself. How could he listen? Why do I have to apologize? Father, don't you feel that it's very fishy? That boy didn't even look and composed so many pill formulas. He even deconstructed all 10 of the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. If not because he knew the answers beforehand, with him just being a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Slap! Tong Wenchang had yet to finish talking when Tong Fangshua sent a large slap over, directly sending him flying. When he crawled up again, Tong Wenchang's entire face already swelled like a pig's head. Blood was everywhere on his face, looking extremely wretched. Unfilial son, if you say any more nonsense, see if I don't cripple you. Come in, bring this unfilial son of mine back for me, and watch him strictly, without my permission, and, body is allowed to let him out. Tong Fangshua was so furious that blue veins throbbed. The Wind Emperor dreading the Alchemist A.S. Association was only because he feared the force behind it. But to the Alchemist world's Tong family, the Alchemist A.S. Association was absolutely in existence, which could not be offended. Tong Wenchang was missing a screw right now, to actually dare, to rebut Yang Xiu. That wouldn't be a problem of just losing a few percentages of shares of the medicinal pill market. While this move looked very ruthless, it protected Tong Wenchang very well. Bringing him back to lock him up, that was just the Tong family's internal affairs. If Yang Xiu really pursued this matter, whether Tong Wenchang's puny life could be preserved or not was still another matter altogether. How could an old fox like Yang Xiu, who lived for several hundred years, not understand Tong Fangshua's intentions? But in the capital, the Alchemist A.S. Association also had the Alchemist A.S. Association's difficulties. Tong Fangshua already did it to this step. He could not very well pursue this matter further. All right. Today's matter ends here. Now, I'll announce the results. This grand pill, S. Semli, the Shao family wins with 2-1. If the Tong family is unwilling to submit to this result, you can very well go and complain to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Yang Xiao said. Within these words already disclosed his thick displeasure. Although Yang Xiao was not a character whose words were as heavy as 9 tripods, he was also a figure who carried weight. His words still had plenty of weight. Tong Fangshuo was having a headache. This was not Yang Xiao alone being unhappy. Tong Wenchang's words already offended everyone in the Alchemist Association. This kind of CHINK who knew how much effort was needed to be able to mend it later. In truth, Tong Fangshuo could not blame it on his son either. Anybody who encountered something like this would probably lose their sense of propriety as well. What he was worried about now was whether Tong Wenchang still had the confidence to stand before a medicinal cauldron again to refine pills after today. It took 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to raise a person. For Tong Wenchang to become hailed as the Tong family's #1 genius, all the expended resources up until now was only more and not less than Shao Rufeng. But after today, Chapter 389 before today, Tong Wenchang was in high and vigorous spirits. His limelight covered everyone in the capital's junior generation, tramping the Shao family's junior, Shao Rufeng, beneath his foot. Before today, Tong Wenchang was in high and vigorous spirits. His limelight covered everyone in the capital's junior generation, tramping the Shao family's junior, Shao Rufeng, beneath his foot. But just as he was about to reach the summit, he was kicked down directly from the altar by Yi Yuan. There was no battle at the summit, not even evenly matched. Yi Yuan, this alchemist who was younger and had even lower cultivation realm than him, had used absolute strength to crush Tong Wenchang. No glint and flash of cold steel, but such a wound was even harder to heal compared to knife and sword injuries. Tong Fangshuo knew that after today, Tong Wenchang would probably fade away into the SES. But what he was worried about right now was not this. It was how the Tong family should receive the wrath of the Alchemist Association as well as the suppression after the Shao family took their place. Once he thought of this, Tong Fangshuo could not help feeling incredibly vexed. Right at this moment, Sovereign Star Abyss opened his mouth and said, "Chi Ching." The hall quietened down straight away. Everyone guessed what this peak figure in the capital's alchemy world was about to do next. Everyone's eyes when looking toward Yi Yuan was filled with envy and congratulating intent. Yes, and, Body was jealous. Yi Yuan already used his strength to conquer everyone. They knew that they did not have the qualifications to be jealous. Yi Yuan bowed slightly and said, "Lord Star Abyss." Star Abyss nodded his head slightly and said, "Are you willing to acknowledge this old man as your master?" If it were somebody else, they would likely be so agitated that they would jump up. But to Yi Yuan, this was rather laughable. After musing for a brief moment, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Junior is willing." Star Abyss naturally had no qualifications to be his master. Yi Yuan obviously did not wish to acknowledge him as master either. But Yi Yuan's current situation was very special. Within this capital, one might say that he had enemies everywhere. Once someone discovered his Tai, he would face certain death. In the capital, forget about divine traversing realm powerhouses. Soul Sea realm experts were simply as many as Oxenfur. Any one of them randomly pops out, and he could die without a burial ground. Although he could use a divine soul mystic art to cover up his divine soul, his appearance could not be changed at all. If he was recognized by the Lan family tribe members, he would be dead for sure. Finding a backer such as Star Abyss, his safety would increase dramatically. Wanting to rescue people would also be way more convenient. Star Abyss nodded with a smile, clearly very pleased with this disciple. And at this time, Yi Yuan's weight in everyone's eyes naturally became different. People from factions all around hurriedly encircled around. Congratulations to little brother Ji for acknowledging a famed master. Your future prospects are limitless. Congratulations to little brother Ji Qing. I'm the boss of the Dehua Hall. In future, if little brother Ji has any needs, you just have to instruct. What my Dehua Hall can take out, I'll absolutely do it without demur. For a moment, Yi Yuan was totally swarmed. This process lasted roughly an hour before everyone gradually dispersed. At this time, the people in the hall were already pretty much all gone. Even the 7 great alchemy king elders and sovereign star abyss had already left. Only now did Xiao Changfeng come forward and bowed deeply to Yi Yuan. I represent the Xiao family to give thanks to little brother Ji's great kindness. This grace is the same as giving my Xiao family a new lease on life. Originally, this Xiao was planning on giving little brother the position of Xiao family's guest retainer elder. Little brother could demand the Xiao family's resources limitlessly, but since little brother became Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil, I'm afraid you will turn your nose up in contempt at this tiny bit of reward. If little brother has any areas where you have use of this Xiao for, feel free to speak. This Xiao will not shrink from death to accomplish it. Yi Yuan said, nonchalantly, family head don't need to be courteous. I have no request for the Xiao family. If family head really wants to help me thank Miss Ruyan then. If not for her, this Ji would probably have flicked my sleeves and left already. But these words sounded rather ambiguous. Xiao Ruyan, who was behind Xiao Changfeng, flushed red. Xiao Changfeng felt anguished in his heart. His actions previously indeed still infuriated this little ancestor. But he was also secretly rejoicing that this little ancestor seemed to have taken a fancy to his own daughter. Except that the Xiao family was going to hold the spouse, finding martial compet. One time very soon. The Shui and Huang, 2 families, were already glaring like a tiger with covetous eyes. Now, there was an additional Ji Qing. How should this be done? Xiao Changfeng felt a headache. He fished out a token from his body and said it to Yi Yuan, saying, Little brother Ji, this is my Xiao family's highest level token. If you have any needs, you just have to bring this token to any business under the Xiao family's name, and they will collaborate with you. Yi Yuan nodded and was not courteous this time. This was what he deserved. In truth, if not because he was afraid that this old fox would become suspicious, Yi Yuan even wanted to directly open his mouth to ask for that 2 slaves from him. But Yi Yuan also knew that his origin was unknown. Even if he kept things as vague as possible, it would also be hard to prevent Xiao Changfeng becoming suspicious. How to approach those 2 people without leaving a trace would probably still have to be set about through Xiao Ruyan. That was why he deliberately mentioned Xiao Ruyan, and not to show Xiao Changfeng any attitude. Since that's the case, then this Ji thanks family head. Yi Yuan extended his hand to receive the token. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the token, Xiao Changfeng also heaved a long sigh in relief. After today, Yi Yuan's status would be extraordinary. Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil, and his own strength stood head and shoulders above all others too. Such a figure did not need long before he would be known to all in the capital. To be on friendly terms with him was absolutely beneficial to the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng chuckled and said, Little brother is too polite. That, you youngsters have common topics. This old fellow won't mingle together. This Xiao takes my leave first. Ruyan, you and little brother Ji interact together more. If little brother G has any requests, you do your best to agree to it. Roofing's old injuries relapsed and still needs to return to have a good rest to recuperate. He'll be going back together with me. After Xiao Changfeng left, Xiao Ruyan finally loosened up a little. She said with a slightly flushed face, Ji Qing, this time, it's really all thanks to you. But at this time, Ji Qing suddenly put on a teasing smile and said, I thought that you would say something like unable to repay the kindness and can only offer myself in marriage. That way, I can just conveniently accept it. At this, Xiao Ruyan's face blushed scarlet red, and she could not help saying disdainfully, why are you always not serious? Haha, a fair maiden is a gentleman's good match. How is it not serious? I'm very serious right now. While he verbally said serious, his face was not serious at all. If it were before, Xiao Ruyan would definitely have stomped off already. But this was not her first day coming into contact with Yi Yuan anymore. She knew that he was joking, although it was quite unbearably embarrassing. She also forcefully endured it and did not cover her face and run. But Yi Yuan did not expect that Xiao Ruyan's expression suddenly became downcast, and she said, A fair maiden is a gentleman's good match, but I don't have command over myself. Yi Yuan asked curiously, now that the Xiao family's crisis is averted, this matter of martial combat, tie-in to find a spouse still has to continue? Xiao Ruyan shook her head dejectedly and said, Martial reigns supreme in the fierce Gale world, apart from the alchemist A.S. Association being able to isolate and safeguard themselves. Alchemy families are all Virginia.'s Sal existences. If not, with the Xiao family and Tong family's financial power, we would have long ranked among first-rate families. In the capital, the truly powerful ones are still the first-rate families like the Huang family, Shui family, as well as the Shangguan family. Chapter 390, Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turned out that alchemy skills were not thought highly of at all in the fierce Gale world. Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turned out that alchemy skills were not thought highly of at all in the fierce Gale world. The fierce Gale world martial artists mostly relied on their own talent and hard work to cultivate. Their reliance on medicinal pills was not as great as the endless world. Of course, this was only comparatively speaking. Those large families, as well as the forces under the Wind Emperor's command, would naturally enjoy more resources. Their cultivation would naturally be faster too. But to them, medicinal pills were just adding flowers to embroidery and not delivering fuel in the snow. Actually, Yi Yuan could tell that while the fierce Gale world was deficient in resources, the environment itself was actually their most valuable resource. Fierce Gale world martial artists could be said to have a natural affinity with the concept of wind. Their cultivation along this path would also be quicker. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, there were no shortage of martial artists who comprehended true intent in the fierce Gale world. The moment Yi Yuan entered the city, he came into contact with the alchemy world influences. He still did not have a direct understanding of the other forces. Looking at it now, the two Xiao and Tong families actually had a good deal of things that they had no control over. Like that, Since you aren't willing to marry, find a guy to beat those two fellows down, and wouldn't it be settled? Yi Yuan said. Xiao Ruyan smiled bitterly and said, Where is the Xiao family going to find such a character? The Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Shui family's Shui Zaihe are the number 2 experts among the capital's junior generation. Their strength is on par with each other, wanting to find someone stronger than them, and still have to meet the age requirement? Easier said than done. Oh, number 2 experts. Then, who's the number 1 expert? Yi Yuan asked curiously. The number 1 expert is similarly 2 people. They are His Highness the 7th Prince and the Shangguan family's Shangguan Lingyun. When she spoke of these two people, Xiao Rian's face also revealed solemnness. Oh, so impressive, huh? Then that's a little hard to deal with. Why not I help you beat them off? And then you promise me one thing. How about that? Yi Yuan said with a grin. Xiao Rian's eyes lit up, but immediately dimmed again. I know that you're incredibly powerful in the alchemy path, but in terms of martial strength, you can't possibly beat those two people. Furthermore, if you need me to do anything, Father also had said earlier, you just have to speak freely. Yi Yuan snickered and said, Really? Even wanting you is okay too? Xiao Rian was already completely numbed. She said, Of course you can. The prerequisite is that you can take me away. However, these words made Yi Yuan jump in fright. He gave a perfunctory laugh and said, Just making a joke. I don't want to be hunted down by the Huang and Shui, two great first-rate families. In truth, Yi Yuan really wanted to ask about the matter of the slaves, but he was unable to fully trust Xiao Rian, so he forcefully swallowed his words back down. The matter of Endless World's slaves was too sensitive. He just had to open his mouth, and it would draw people's suspicions. Xiao Rian was extremely intelligent. It was impossible to not have any notions at all. Even if he helped out the Xiao family tremendously this time on the matter involving the war between the two worlds, which side Xiao Rian would ultimately choose to stand on was really hard to say. As for Xiao Chongfeng, Yi Yuan was even less hopeful of him. That old fox would definitely take him down immediately and deliver him in front of the Wind Emperor to claim credit. At this time, a youth walked into the hall slowly, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Ji, I'm Master's first disciple, S.H.I. plus Howren. Master asks you to go see him with me after you finished settling the stuff over here, said the youth to Yi Yuan. This S.H.I. plus Howren was shockingly an alchemy king expert. This person looked young, but his age was probably no longer that young. The aging of martial artists' appearance would gradually slow down following the continuous increase in strength. This S.H.I. plus Howren was at most 100 years old, but had already stepped into the Soul Sea realm and advanced to Alchemy King. In the lower realms, this was absolutely a prodigious talent. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that S.H.I. plus Howren's gaze was restrained, and had quite the air of someone broad-minded. He was totally different from Tong Wenchang. It was such a contrast. Tong Wenchang's Tli of quasi-alchemy kings sounded scary, but actually his foundation was superficial. It was entirely in order to race against time that he forcefully broke through to the Soul Sea realm. To alchemists, the greatest taboo was this point: unstable foundation. The further back, the harder to break through. In spite of Tong Wenchang breaking through to quasi-alchemy king very early if he wanted to break through to alchemy king realm without 100 or 200 years of ACCU mulation, it simply could not be attained. But this S.H.I. plus Howren's soul force was pure. It was clearly tempered out through severe training. Only by experiencing countless times of pill refinement could one refine their soul force to this sort of degree. This point, others could not tell, but Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was why did Star Abyss send his first disciple over to fetch him? Even if it was taking in a new disciple, wasn't this too solemn? At Star Abyss's place, he was but a newcomer, making his first disciple fetch him. How great of a face was that? I've seen Alchemy King S.H.I. plus. Xiao Rian gave a bow to S.H.I. plus Howren, and then she said to Yi Yuan, Rian dare not delay Lord Star Abyss's affairs, and will take my leave here. Today's matter, Rian thanks Mr. Ji on behalf of the Xiao family. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Rian don't need to mind. Take care. looking at Xiao Ruiyan's supple back view. S.H.I. Plus Haran smiled and said, Miss Ruiyan and the Shangguan families Shangguan Lingxue are named the capital's two beauties together. Till today, and body can capture their hearts. To think that junior apprentice brother Ji has only entered the Xiao family for a few days, and Miss Ruiyan's heart is already secretly pledged. Indeed, formidable. Yi Yuan was stunned. Originally, he thought that this S.H.I. Plus Haran was someone who was serious in speech and manner. Who knew that he would crack this sort of joke at first sight? Ha ha! Eldest senior apprentice brother is overthinking. Miss Ruiyan, just his feelings of grat. 1, 2 towards me. How can a proud person like her take fancy upon an inexperienced greenhorn like me? Yi Yuan said self-mockingly, but S.H.I. Plus Haran thought otherwise and said with a smile, I'm somebody who has been through this. I won't misjudge. What you said is right. Miss Ruiyan is indeed a proud person, but that's because she hasn't encountered a man deserving of her to fall in love with. And today, junior apprentice Brother G's performance has already thoroughly subjugated her arrogance. Moreover, junior apprentice Brother G is already under Master's tutelage. How can you call yourself an inexperienced greenhorn? As long as junior apprentice brother is willing, ask Master to come out and intercede for you. How can the Huang and Shui families dare to say a single word of objection? When Yi Yuan listened, he thought to himself, S.H.I. plus T. This S.H.I. plus Haran did not seem to be joking. Could it be that Xiao Ruiyan really fell for him? But he and Xiao Ruiyan are people from two different worlds and would surely become foes in the future. When the time came, how should they face each other? Cough, cough, thinking too much. Now was not the time to be thinking about this matter. Rescuing his fellow apprentices was the first order in this matter. Yi Yuan laughed perfunctorily and said, Eldest senior apprentice brother, don't make fun of this junior. Aren't I still young? I haven't considered this matter yet, so I won't trouble Master to grace his presence. S.H.I. Plus Haran burst into laughter and said, Junior apprentice brother is really a strange person. In the capital, which man doesn't wish to hold these two beauties in their embrace? Yet you have this strength and opportunity, but make excuses to decline. Fine as well. As long as Miss Ruiyan has yet to wed, you have plenty of chances. Even if the spouse finding martial compet, 1, tie and determine her spouse, as long as she is still of a chaste body, you can still marry her over. This is where the confidence of those under sovereign star abyss lies. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered. This S.H.I. plus Haran was to his liking. Chapter 391, The Dojo of Sovereign Star Abyss, Qixia Mountain. The Dojo of Sovereign Star Abyss, Qixia Mountain. Yi Yuan and S.H.I. plus Haran were walking side by side. Master Star Abyss took in a total of 7 disciples. You're the 8th person, but you're the one with the greatest talent, S.H.I. plus Haran said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior's tone when saying this is like 2 different people from earlier without that sort of aura that disdained all beneath the heaven. Along the way, Yi Yuan and S.H.I. plus Haran chatted until now and felt that this person quite matched his disposition. Different from the seriousness in speech and manner and solemn and mature eldest senior apprentice brother in his impression, S.H.I. plus Haran was with some hint of being quick to settle grudges and favor. S.H.I. plus Haran laughed and said, Inferior means inferior. That has nothing to do with disdaining the world. Legendary realm, forget about me. Even Master, he can't do it either. Just based on this point, I'm inferior to you. Just luck. But S.H.I. plus Haren did not think so. Luck is also a part of strength. Swap any middle-rank alchemy grandmaster over. They can't win Tong Wun Chom. At least, when I was at your level, I can't do it. As they were talking, the two people already arrived at the summit of the mountain. A magnificent great hall entered their sights. Go in then. Master is already waiting for us. S.H.I. plus Haren said. Following S.H.I. plus Haren into the main hall, Star Abyss was already waiting for him. Haren, you take your leave first. I'll talk alone with Ji Qing, Star Abyss said. S.H.I. plus Haren bowed and withdrew. Star Abyss slowly opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up. But Yi Yuan also measured Star Abyss with his eyes without any care. Legendary realm. Pretty good. To be able to reach such a realm at this young age, you're bound to Serpa S me on the alchemy path in the future, Star Abyss suddenly said. Yi Yuan was a little perplexed and did not know what these words from Star Abyss meant. He could only say, Lord Star Abyss is too kind. Ji Qing is Imbara. Said by undeserved praises. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, You don't have to be humble. Actually, I know that I can't teach you anything at all. The reason why I called you over in the name of master and disciple is because of another reason. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. Could it be that this old man discovered his ident? One tie? That was not very likely. Yi Yuan's heart was palpitating, but he said with a straight face, I wonder what Lord Star Abyss is looking for me for? Star Abyss did not answer, but retorted with a question instead. Where did you come from? Yi Yuan's heart palpitated again and secretly raised his guard, quietly revolving his essence energy. This child is somebody from the wilderness. Lord Star Abyss won't know even if I said it. Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss chuckled and said, You aren't a fierce Gale World native, right? Allegedly, an endless world spy might have infiltrated the capital. If my conjectures are right, that person is you, yes? This time, Yi Yuan no longer had any thoughts of being lucky in his heart and already made the preparations to fight for his life. But right then, Star Abyss's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, Heart like still water. What a fine lad. You really give people continuous surprises. Turned out that Yi Yuan already quietly entered heart like still water realm. But this point was actually seen through by Star Abyss. Yi Yuan was really depressed. He did not know where he revealed a flaw. With this old man's strength, he was able to see past his divine soul mystic art. It was true that Star Abyss's strength was very formidable, but Yi Yuan similarly had great confidence in his own divine soul mystic art. Sovereign Star Abyss should not be able to see through him. Could it be during the Grand Pill Assembly? Even though he made a showy display of his abilities, he did not divulge any flaws. Yi Yuan initially wanted to use Star Abyss as a backing. To think that he actually directly exposed the skeleton in his closet. At this point, Yi Yuan no longer had the need to cover up. There was only the path of risking his life that he could take. Yi Yuan already silently completed the ACCU, Mulation of Essence Energy, and secretly mobilized Heaven and Earth Essence Energy. Evidently, Star Abyss had long discovered Yi Yuan's little actions. But he did not stop Yi Yuan, letting him carry it out free. This was absolute confidence. He believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not escape his five-finger mountain. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Essence energy erupted abruptly. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode for me. Yi Yuan roared. Innumerable flower petals appeared out of thin air, enveloping Star Abyss thickly. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus exploding sounds constantly rang without pause, wanting to erode Star Abyss's protective essence energy. But It was all futile. The 1,000 flowing petals, which had never failed him in previous battles, was utterly useless this time. The flower petals, which filled the skies, vanished completely. Star Abyss still waited there perfectly unscathed. Not even a hair was hurt. But Star Abyss's gaze, right now, was likewise filled with astonishment. Such an impressive youngster. I originally thought that since you have such unmatched talent in the alchemy path, your martial path must surely be average. To think that your talent in the martial path is not at all inferior to your alchemy path. To actually be able to maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the crystal formation realm and cast such a powerful move. Star Abyss said with amazement written all over his face. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly, and, body was clearer than him about the strength of divine, traversing realm powerhouses. In the lower realms, soul sea realms were common, but divine traversing realms were uncommon. Each sovereign level powerhouse was a peak existence in the lower realms, a D-like existence. One could say that all were ants beneath divine traversing, but Yi Yuan was only a crystal formation realm expert now. No matter how monstrous he was, it was also not possible to cross two major realms to defeat Star Abyss. However, since it was death either way, Yi Yuan naturally would not submit to arrest without putting up resistance. Sanghua sword swept horizontally. 1,000 flowing petals was used once more. But this time, Star Abyss did not take a beating sively. It was only to see the corner of his mouth give a wee smile. With a flick of his sleeves, the myriad falling flowers dissipated. But right at this time, another Yi Yuan appeared behind him. Wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon. Yi Yuan cried out. An enormous fire dragon coiled toward Star Abyss. Rumble! An intense explosion sounded out, except that this explosion did not spread out as Yi Yuan imagined. Instead, it became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller, and finally turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath. This Star Abyss was too powerful. The firelight vanished entirely, revealing that aged body of Star Abyss. Only that this time, he was no longer sitting but standing up. His eyes showed immense astoundment. Two kinds of moves. It actually contained 3 kinds of true intent. Fine, lad. You really let this old man broaden his horizons. Star Abyss praised with a sigh. Star Abyss was only sighing with admiration, but Yi Yuan was already in despair. The wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon, was already his strongest move. It actually only forced Star Abyss to stand up. He could only fold his arms and wait for death. If it were not under this sort of life and death crisis, Yi Yuan's battle result was ample to be proud of. Divine, traversing versus crystal formation. Why would he need to get up to make a move? Standing there, to let you hit. Even if you exhausted your essence energy fully, you could not harm a single hair of his two. But now, if he was captured by Star Abyss, he only had a road that led to death. Flee? Even if he comprehended the wind flow concept, he also could not possibly escape Star Abyss's hands. Yi Yuan unwittingly gave an agonized smile. Sanghua, sword moved. 1,000 flowing petals fluttered once again. Only that this time, the attack target of the 1,000 flowing petals was himself. Chapter 392. This was the 1,000 flowing petals behead character formula. This was the 1,000 flowing petals behead character formula. When Yi Yuan created this move, he never thought that he would one day use this move on himself. He also did not think that the originally seamless infiltration would actually be seen through unexpectedly. But if Yi Yuan were made to choose one more time, he would still infiltrate the fierce-scale world without hesitation to rescue his fellow apprentices. Where justice lie, advance even if you face millions obstructing you. Watching himself being enveloped by the myriad flying petals, Yi Yuan unwittingly gave a bitter smile. To think that merely a year after reincarnation, he would have to die again. In his previous life, he was only fortunate enough to escape because he had his father, Ji Zhengyang, protecting him. Just as Yi Yuan closed his eyes to await death, a blast of wind blew over and actually scattered his 1,000 flowing petals fully. Yi Yuan's expression could not help hardening as he said coldly, "What's the meaning of this, Lord Star Abyss?" Star Abyss sat back down again at this time and said with a faint smile, "You're mistaken. The other reason that I'm talking about is not to expose your ident. One tie. Now, can we sit down properly to have a chat?" Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. He did not quite get Star Abyss's thoughts. Not to expose his ident. One tie. Then what was all that C-R-A-P earlier about? Yi Yuan had many doubts. He nodded flatly and sat down opposite of Star Abyss. Right at this moment, S-H-I plus Howren's voice came from outside the door. "Master, disciples sensed intense essence energy undulations from here just now. Are you all right?" Star Abyss replied nonchalantly, "I was giving Ji Qing some pointers earlier. That's why a small commotion was caused. You all don't have to be alarmed over nothing. Without my permission, body is allowed to approach this place." "Yes, master." A moment later, there was indeed no more activity outside. Star Abyss looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "A crystal formation realm martial artist actually caused such a massive commotion in my place. Truly terrifying. In my opinion, your talent can no longer be described using monstrous." Yi Yuan knew that he could not escape and simply calmed his heart down, saying coolly, "Geniuses are nothing. Experts are the terrifying ones. If you can't beat someone, you'll still be a clump of yellow dirt in the end." Star Abyss nodded and said, "That's right, that's right. Neither arrogant nor rash. Being able to face difficult predicaments calmly, decisive and daring, resolute in killing. You're a dragon among men and will surely soar above the skies in the future." Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. What did this zealous flattering mean as well? What does Lord Star Abyss wish to say? Star Abyss chuckled and said, "Legendary realm. This old man has seen it twice in my life. Today is the second time. But to be able to cultivate the Tri-Origins Samara art to the legendary realm, I've never seen that before in my life." Yi Yuan's brows knitted. Could it be that he revealed flaws due to this Tri-Origins Samsara art? This made no sense, right? Lord Star Abyss suspected me. Because of this? Yi Yuan asked gloomily. Star Abyss had a smile as he nodded and said, "That's right." "Why so?" "Although the Tri-Origins Samsara art is rare, it's not really some impressive inheritance, right?" Getting a definite answer, Yi Yuan was even more depressed. If the Tri-Origins Samara art doesn't even count as an impressive inheritance, then what kind of ability is considered an impressive inheritance? Looks like your origins are even more incredible than I imagined. This Tri-Origins Samara art is my Dao Yen lineage's unpropagated secret. Within the fierce Gale world, apart from Howren and me, body cultivated it before. But you were able to cultivate the Tri-Origins Samsara art to such a level. Clearly, you aren't my fierce Gale world's aboriginal, Star Abyss said with a profound significance. The fierce Gale world is so large. How can Lord Star Abyss come to a conclusion that there are no other people who know the Tri-Origins Samsara art? Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. Although the fierce Gale world is huge, its accomplishments in alchemy skills aren't much. If my conjectures are correct, my standards when placed in the endless world probably can't even enter the top 5, right? So, how many inheritances this Triorigins samsara art has in the fear-scale world? This old man is still well aware. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said, Yi Yuan curled his mouth and declined to comment on Star Abyss's conjectures. Yi Yuan was not too familiar with the endless world, but according to his estimations, the northern domain should have several sovereign-level powerhouses. Star Abyss's strength might really not even rank in the top 5 when placed in the endless world. It was precisely because the fear-scale world was too weak in the alchemy path, the inheritances were naturally pitiably scarce. Star Abyss saying that he had a good idea about the Triorigins samsara art inheritance was not false. It was just that Yi Yuan revealing a flaw because of such a matter was seriously something he had not expected. Just based on this, you determined that I'm not a fear-scale world native. Yi Yuan countered with a question. Star Abyss suddenly burst into laughter and said, This old man originally only suspected, so I tricked you. To think that you're really that endless world spy. You, this junior, is truly impressive. To actually be able to use divine, soul mystic arts to change the characteristics of the divine soul. Even I can't see through it with my realm. This round of exchange truly astonished me over again and again. Yi Yuan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Ever since he reincarnated, it had always been him plotting against others. To think that today he was actually schemed by someone. But this honestly could not be blamed on Yi Yuan either. After all, in a different world like this, him entering deep inside alone, his mind was actually in a tightly wound-up state all this while. Star Abyss, this old fox, was B-R-I-M-M-I-N-G with confidence all the way and directly exposed Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. How could Yi Yuan doubt this? If it were some other person, they might really harbor hope in their hearts and insist that they are not someone from the endless world. But with Yi Yuan's temperament, how could he willingly place his life in the hands of others? Therefore, his ident, one, tie being exposed, was also within reason. You're so sly, old man. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Star Abyss stroked his beard and said, This is called all's fair in war. But you, this young man, is somebody with affection and faith. For the sake of your fellow apprentices, you actually risked your own life to enter deep inside the capital alone. I, this old man, have lived for many years and have only yielded to one person. But today, there's one more. Oh, I wonder who the other person is. Yi Yuan asked curiously. The other person is naturally my master, Sage Dao Yin. He affirmed his Dao with alchemy under such an environment like the fear-scale world and ascended to the divine realm. The first person since time immemorial in the fear-scale world. This Triorigins samsara art was said down to me by his elderly self, and my lifetime aspiration is to follow in his footsteps and ascend to the divine realm. Speaking of his own master, Star Abyss also had a look of admiration and fixation. This was the second time Yi Yuan heard of Dao Yin, this name, and could not help being stirred. This Yi is unworthy of Lord Star Abyss's admiration. Now, since I've already fallen into your hands, I wonder how you plan on dealing with me? Yi Yuan asked. So, your real name is surnamed Yi. If you were just a mere body, just based on your ties of camaraderie, this old man could let you off. But with the talent that you just displayed, if I let you grow unchecked, you might be a catastrophic calamity to my fear-scale world. Although this old man is the association head of the alchemist, association, I grew up in the fear-scale world after all. Therefore, sorry, said Star Abyss. Talking up to here, Star Abyss also had a regrettable look. Chapter 393, a prodigious talent like Yi Yuan, anyone who met him with their talent sherries, +Ingheart stirred. a prodigious talent like Yi Yuan, anyone who met him with their talent cherries. Plussing heart stirred. But if such a genius was the enemy, that would be too scary. Undoubtedly, those few moves from Yi Yuan earlier already made Star Abyss sense immense threat. Yi Yuan's potential was too great. As part of the fear scale world, he could not let Yi Yuan mature. But Yi Yuan did not have any nervousness right now. Instead, he said coolly, "I can give you a reason not to kill me." Star Abyss was stunned, but he shook his head and said, "It's futile. Just based on those few moves that you displayed just now, you can't be kept alive, or else His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, might not even be your match in the future." Yi Yuan smiled and asked, "The sage Daoyan that you mentioned earlier, was his name called Li Daohang?" Star Abyss's entire body shuddered, his eyes full of astoundment. He asked tremblingly, How do you know Master's name?" The number of people in the entire fear scale world who knows his name can be counted on one's fingers. Furthermore, with your age, how is it possible? Seeing Star Abyss's reaction, Yi Yuan finally set his mind at ease. Star Abyss's master, Sage Daoyan, was really that Li Daohang that he knew. "Ha! It's really Li Daohang, ha?" Yi Yuan said with a laugh. A divine, traversing realm powerhouse was quivering like an ordinary old man. Currently, Li Daohang was the master that influenced Star Abyss's entire life. His status in his heart was akin to that of a god. Hearing news of him once again, how could Star Abyss not be agitated? You know my master? But how is this possible?" Star Abyss said in disbelief. Yi Yuan was merely 16 years of age. When he was born, Li Daohang had ascended to the divine realm long ago. It was simply impossible for the two of them to have any interaction. Yi Yuan truly said Li Daohang this name. This left Star Abyss racking his brain for answers. Star Abyss's mind was currently flooded with countless question marks. He urgently wanted to know Li Daohang's present situation, but Yi Yuan just refused to say it. This involuntarily made him have an impulse to scratch his ears and face in anxiety. "I naturally know him, but if you want to know his recent developments, you need to swear a heavenly Dao oath. The matter I speak of today will be said by me, enter your ears, and not a third person is permitted to know. Don't you think about using some method, like soul search, to find what you want? Since I can hide from you when it comes to the divine soul, you should know my means," Yi Yuan said with an icy look. Star Abyss was secretly shocked. He really had that thought just now. But being reminded like this by Yi Yuan, he knew that he definitely had no chance of succeeding anymore. Yi Yuan could hide from his divine, traversing realm detection with crystal formation realm cultivation. How powerful his divine soul mystic art was could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan was not his match, him wanting to search the soul was something impossible. After struggling repeatedly, Star Abyss finally could not resist Yi Yuan's temptation and swore the heavenly Dao oath. "Now, you can tell me, right? Master, is he well right now?" Star Abyss asked somewhat uneasily. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan also had a rather complicated expression. He only spoke after musing for a moment. "Whether he's well or not, I don't know either. Maybe he's okay, maybe he's not okay." Star Abyss was stupefied and could not being saying furiously, "You made me swear a heavenly Dao oath just to give me such an answer." Yi Yuan looked at him and gave a long sigh, saying, "How do you think a 16-year-old youth like me can have such incredible alchemy skills? Although the Triorigins, Samsara art isn't considered some pinnacle ability, wanting to reach the legendary realm isn't something easy either. Do you think that it can be executed by a 16-year-old youth?" Star Abyss was secretly alarmed and said in surprise, "Is it possible that you—" but your body and divine soul is very compatible. How is this possible? Yi Yuan naturally would not tell him that this was due to those golden characters. He just said indifferently, the means of the divine realm is unimaginable to you. This isn't considered much to me. This is indeed so. I suspected previously, but after using my divine soul to investigate for a long time, I didn't discover any traces at all either. So I dispelled this sort of thought too. To think that, Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, actually before I took over, I was an alchemy emperor. What? How did Star Abyss have any demeanor of an expert right now? He nearly jumped up. An alchemy emperor? Why you're actually an alchemy emperor? Oh my G.O.D. Star Abyss stammered. To an alchemist, their lifelong aspiration was not to reach the Divine King realm, but the legendary Alchemy Emperor realm. And to Star Abyss, forget about Alchemy Emperor, even Alchemy Ancestor was a realm that was far from his reach. Alchemy Emperor. The weight of these two words was too heavy. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected Star Abyss's reaction, and said coolly, that's right, Li Daoheng, that boy, still has some abilities. At that time, he wanted to enter my tutelage. I didn't accept him, but he brazenly refused to leave and followed behind me to do a considerable period of CHOR. Yes, later on, he became an alchemy venerable too. That boy. Star Abyss's face twitched. His master was that boy. Then what was he? That grandson? F***ck me. A little kid scolding the locust while pointing at the mulberry. How to tolerate it? Star Abyss could not resist cursing in his heart. Yi Yuan clearly saw through his reaction and said nonchalantly, you don't have to feel unwilling to submit. You're also aware that in the martial artist world, the strong reigns supreme. The alchemist world is likewise so. With your present accomplishments, you've just barely learned the rudiments. Li Daoheng is also just barely considered to have gained a higher level of mastery later on. In front of me, if he isn't a boy, then what? Star Abyss said displeasedly. Why don't you talk about what traits and characteristics that Li Daoheng has? Maybe it's the same surname and same name. Star Abyss was an old fox. He naturally would not be ushered in by Yi Yuan so easily. Just as he said, there were many people with the same surname and name. Also, Yi Yuan might be deliberately duping him. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, that boy doesn't have any other abilities. That shamelessly bold and hard to shake off ability is powerful enough. He spent a full 3 years in the main hall pestering before I grudgingly agreed to take him in. If you have to say what characteristics he has. As he spoke, Yi Yuan casually struck out several seals. Star Abyss's expression could not help changing when he saw the situation. Wandering seal. Yi Yuan made a move again. Star Abyss was shocked once more. Green Lotus seal. Seven Evils Kindred seal. Each seal that Yi Yuan struck out, Star Abyss's throat would raise an octave. At the back, he was practically about to use the lion's roar. I wonder if these can prove that the Li Daoheng I know is your master? Yi Yuan asked with an amused look. Star Abyss nodded like a chicken pecking for rice. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. This 16-year-old youth before his eyes was really an alchemy emperor powerhouse that took over a body to rebirth. These are all the seals that Master used to rise to fame. That person is really Master. Star Abyss no longer doubted. Yi Yuan said scornfully, relying on these lousy things and also being able to become famous. No wonder his level was so tros. H. Plus it means veiled insults. Chapter 394. If you dare to speak impertinently about Master again, I won't be courteous. If you dare to speak impertinently about Master again, I won't be courteous. Yi Yuan repeatedly belittled Li Daohang over and over again. Finally, it made Star Abyss unable to bear it and explode. But how could Yi Yuan bother with his feelings? How did Li Daohang, that boy, teach you? Don't you have any consciousness of honoring and respecting your teachers? Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Abyss crumbled and said, Of course I respect and honor my teachers, but what has this got to do with you? Although I didn't take Li Daohang in as my disciple, no matter what, he followed me for nearly 100 years too. It's not too much for me to say that I'm half a teacher to him. If you being impolite to me is not disrespecting your teacher, then what is it? This. And now, I'm a tiger that landed in the plains. If you still wish to kill me, do as you please. But if you ascend to the divine realm in the future, be sure not to go and find Li Daohang. If he knows that you killed me, he'll smack you to death in one palm without hesitation at all. Of course, with your talent, ascending to the divine realm is probably also something very challenging. Star Abyss ruminated over it. Clearly he fell into a dilemma. The person that he respected the most in this life was Li Daohang, while this young man before his eyes actually said that he was Li Daohang's half a teacher. Wouldn't that mean that he was his grand teacher? If Yi Yuan really died in his hands, wouldn't he really become someone who betrayed his master and forefathers? But this person was an alchemy emperor who took over a body to rebirth. How powerful an alchemy emperor was, Star Abyss completely had no notion at all. But he knew that it was very, very powerful. Powerful until he was simply unable to imagine it. The present Yi Yuan in front of him was akin to an ant, while if he was in front of an alchemy emperor, he did not even count as an ant, insignificant like a speck of dust. Such a figure was way more terrifying than any genius character. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not formidable, his various kinds of means were inconceivable. Before long, he would become an extremely terrifying opponent of His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. To kill or not to kill? Yi Yuan just looked at Star Abyss like this, and was not in a hurry to press him. He was not very clear about this Star Abyss's disposition, but he was still very clear about Li Daohang's moral character. Li Daohang was a very talented and very hardworking person. While he did not take in him as his disciple, Li Daohang treated him as his master all along, silently following by his side for close to 100 years. Of course, in this 100 years, his harvest was also tremendous, growing from an alchemy ancestor to an alchemy venerable expert. As for Star Abyss, Yi Yuan actually still had some confidence. Previously, when he mentioned Li Daohang, that sort of revering and respectful expression did not seem to be fake. Indeed, after Star Abyss mused for quite a while, he sucked in a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, I can let you off too, but you have to guarantee not to let my fierce Gale World's people plunge into misery and suffering. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're overthinking it. This sort of thing, like a war between two worlds, is a matter as big as the heavens to you all. But to me, it essentially counts for nothing. My horizons have never been on this plane. After you ascend to the divine realm, you'll naturally understand the meaning of these words of mine. Star Abyss was dazed. Thinking about it, that was true too. To an alchemy emperor, the matters of the lower realms were too inconsequential. That will be good. Star Abyss heaved a sigh in relief. If the war between two worlds can't be avoided, I most likely won't be able to detach myself from it. There are my present kin and friends over there. I have no way of watching them all become fierce Gale World slaves. However, I can assure you that I won't help the endless world invade the fierce Gale World. Honestly speaking, if you have the capabilities, you can persuade the Wind Emperor not to invade the endless world. This way, we can all be happy. Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss gave a bitter laugh. Easier said than done. You've also seen the fierce gale world's living conditions. It's impossible for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to give up this war. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Foolice. Plus, once the war between two worlds launches, it will only plunge the people into an abyss of misery and suffering. Even if the fierce gale world wins, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too. He used improving living conditions as a pretense to invade another world. Isn't it in order to satisfy his own selfish interests? To plunder more cultivation resources? At that time, the ones dead will be his citizens, but the beneficiary will be him, this high and lofty Wind Emperor, His Majesty. But Star Abyss disagreed. Lord Wind Emperor is already standing at the pinnacle of the world. Why would he still have so much desire towards resources? Him doing so is, of course, for the millions of martial artists in the fierce gale world. Ha, you fool! Just a boundless realm. He's standing at the top of the world, still early. The greater one's strength, the greater the requirements towards resources. Otherwise, he could have shattered the void and left long ago with his strength. Why is he still reluctant to leave the lower realms? Because he knows that if he went to the divine realm, he would only vanish into the faces of the crowd. Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Star Abyss wanted to refute, but felt that any words were very feeble. This. Impossible. Star Abyss said impossible, but he was already convinced in his heart. Her. Although you're the Alchemist A.S. Association's A.S. Association head, your strength is not there yet. There are still many things that you don't know, but he, as the ruler of a world, knows way more things than you do. Don't look at how you can summon rain and clouds in the capital. After you ascend to the divine realm, you're also just a servant. The intensity of the combat. One, tie-in in the divine realm is what the current you simply cannot imagine. The vast majority of the martial artists who ascend would croak before even enduring Pa-S. The initial stage after going to the divine realm, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan spoke indifferently, but Star Abyss's hair stood on its ends from shock after hearing it. To him, the divine realm was a holy and pure land, a paradise. There were limitless cultivation resources over there and countless powerhouses. It was the playground for martial artists and alchemists. But Yi Yuan's words shattered all of his fantasies to smithereens. But I'm in charge of a world's alchemist A.S. Association. There's also hard work even if I haven't performed meritorious deeds, right? Can it be that the Alchemist A.S. Association completely doesn't care about my life and death at all? Star Abyss asked in bewilderment. Of course they care. The divine realm's resources are indeed abundant until you can't imagine it. However, there are also so many martial artists that you can't imagine it. Alchemists are similarly so many that you can't imagine it, especially in a place like the Alchemist A.S. Association. It has the strongest bunch of alchemists in the divine realm. The alchemists that ascend are also countless. If resources are distributed equally, then the Alchemist A.S. Association would not have been able to make ends meet. Although you also have some cleverness in trivial matters, you're still a lot worse compared to Li Daohang. Do you feel that you can get the Alchemist A.S. Association's emphasis? Yi Yuan's words were like a small hammer, shattering Star Abyss's GLA.S. heart bit by bit. Star Abyss felt like his world outlook instantly disintegrated, his entire being lost his bearings. People were aware of their own affairs. Star Abyss's talent in alchemy might be top-notch in the fierce gale world, but there were countless lower planes. He was nothing impressive among them, and even less of a something after reaching the divine realm. Yi Yuan saying that he would go to the Alchemist A.S. Association to do menial labor was possibly already giving him face. Then what should I do? Star Abyss was utterly confused. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Li Daohang was smarter than you and more talented than you, so he did not join the Alchemist A.S. Association. His skin was also thick enough to beg me to take him in. But you've already stuck on the Alchemist A.S. Association's label and can only pave a B-L-O-O-D-Y path for yourself. The prerequisite is that you have the capabilities. Chapter 395 Star Abyss was completely befuddled. Star Abyss was completely befuddled. In truth, the Fierce Gale World's Alchemist A.S. Association basically had no relations with the divine realm. This seemed to be a forgotten land. Of course, this could not be blamed on others either, who asked the Fierce Gale World's alchemy path to be very underdeveloped. Hence, Star Abyss's understanding of the divine realm was entirely fantasized by himself. He only knew how naive he was after listening to Yi Yuan's words now. Star Abyss did not doubt Yi Yuan's words, because his words were the most logical. It was just that he imagined it without basis to give himself an intense psychological hint that the divine realm was a beautiful place. Yet this was simply impossible. Straightening out his thinking, Star Abyss suddenly bowed towards Yi Yuan and said respectfully, Star Abyss is ignorant. Senior, please point out the right path. Unknowingly, Star Abyss already took Yi Yuan to be an old monster-like existence and quietly changed his form of address. Yi Yuan reached out a hand to prop him up and said with a sigh, You're also aware of what happened to me now. How can I dare to receive your solemn grace? I think you also know that me saying this is actually just in order for you to let me off and to carry on living. This is far from showing you the right part, but I can still manage to let you ascend to the divine realm. Knowing when to stop and go over the limit was as bad as falling short. The disparity in strength between Yi Yuan and Star Abyss was too great. He wasted his breath talking until now in order to make Star Abyss open his mouth to beg him. As long as Star Abyss required Yi Yuan's assistance, he naturally would not harm him. One must not have malicious intentions, but also must not be without caution against others. Although he had Li Daohang this layer of relations, H-I plus P between Star Abyss, Yi Yuan had to take precaution against him. Only by arousing the desire within Star Abyss's heart could he guarantee complete success. Indeed, when Star Abyss heard these words, he became unbelievably agitated. How will Senior teach me? Star Abyss asked excitedly. You're Li Daohang's disciple. I believe you do not lack in soul cultivation techniques, but you're only at the middle stage sovereign level today, indicating that it's already very hard for you to break through again. Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss had an abashed look as he said, I've lost face for master. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Lost what face? That boy himself wasn't much either. Followed me for 100 years and didn't even break through to the Alchemy Emperor realm. That's called losing face. The Fierce Gale World's resources are S-E, and it's indeed not suitable for alchemists to break through. For you to be able to cultivate to such a realm was already not very easy. This was not Yi Yuan deliberately posturing in front of Star Abyss. The Medicine King Hall truly had many Alchemy Emperor experts. The person that he brought along for 100 years had yet to break through to the Alchemy Emperor realm. This made him feel very ashamed. Alchemy Emperor realm was not the pinnacle for alchemists. It was only another beginning. Similarly, being an Alchemy Emperor expert, there was a distance of a heavenly chasm between Yi Yuan and the rest, from low rank to peak Alchemy Emperor. This was a gulf that many people could not cross in their entire lives. Yi Yuan was famed as the person most likely to become an alchemy G. Oh, D precisely because his speed when breaking through to peak alchemy emperor was too quick. So swift that it made those long-renowned peak alchemy emperor powerhouses perspire from shame. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Li Daohang once again, Star Abyss wished that he did not hear it. Right now, he could only pretend to not have heard it and played possum as he said, "Could it be that Senior has a way to let me break through to perfection sovereign level?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Have you ever heard of Soul Meld Pill?" Star Abyss's entire body quivered, and he exclaimed in shock, "Senior can actually refine the Soul Meld Pill. I've seen that before in the A.S. Association's records. That's a legendary level tier 5 medicinal pill." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "You should have thrown away those lousy records in the Fierce Gale world long ago. How does the Soul Meld Pill count as some legendary level medicinal pill? You don't think that an alchemy emperor can't even refine a tier 5 medicinal pill, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Star Abyss nearly choked and said, "Star Abyss's knowledge is shallow. I've incurred ridicule from Senior." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "But I can only give you an empty promise. My current strength can't refine it at all. After I have sufficient strength, I'll come and find you." Star Abyss was overjoyed and said, "No worries, no worries. Star Abyss can afford to wait." "Oh, right. Senior previously said that Master, what does that mean?" Yi Yuan gave Star Abyss a look and said with an emotional sigh, "Looks like you still have some feelings toward Li Daohang, that chap. At least his teachings were not in vain. However, I really don't know how he's like now. Back then, only a wisp of my soul escaped to the endless world. I completely couldn't care about other things. Li Daohang's life and death was fully grasped in the hands of Ji Kanglin. If Ji Songlong carried out a large-scale cleansing crazily, Li Daohang's little life would probably be very hard to preserve. If Ji Kanglin still took into consideration some old feelings, Li Daohang might survive. But Yi Yuan felt that the possibility of the latter was higher. It was just that he could not very well say it to Star Abyss. Seeing Yi Yuan's despondent expression, Star Abyss also knew that his question poked Yi Yuan's sore spot. But he also secretly started worrying for Li Daohang. Coming out from Star Abyss's place, Yi Yuan headed straight for S.H.I. plus Howren's place. Before going in, he entrusted White Light to S.H.I. plus Howren. However, when Yi Yuan came to S.H.I. plus Howren's place, he did not see S.H.I. plus Howren's silhouette, while White Light was being hugged in the embrace of an extremely beautiful girl with a face full of grievance. Beside the girl stood a handsome and suave yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth. "Hee, you can't escape from the palm of my hands this time. Right, little white tiger?" Shangguan Lingxue said playfully. Shangguan Lingxue had sea transformation realm strength. How could White Light contend with that? Under Shangguan Lingxue's despotic power, White Light could only be in her embrace obediently. Yi Yuan jumped in fright when he saw the situation. Wasn't this girl the one who brought him into the capital? Why would she appear here? The freaking thing was that Yi Yuan saw a boundless scenic view when he was kept under her skirt back then. Now that he saw her in the flesh, Yi Yuan felt very awkward in his heart. Yi Yuan instinctively wanted to dodge aside, but it was already too late. Shangguan Lingxue and that yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth already saw him. "Why are you, a servant, so ignorant of the rules? This place is a restricted pill refinement place. How can you freely enter and leave?" said the yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth with a frown. He knew all of Star Abyss's 7 great disciples. There wasn't Yi Yuan at all. Plus, Yi Yuan's strength was meager and his attire was ordinary. The yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth subconsciously thought that Yi Yuan was a servant. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. This yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth's overbearing attitude made him very displeased. Putting aside that Yi Yuan was not a servant, even if he really was a servant, there was no need to be like this either, right? This sort of ordering people about with a gesture attitude made it seem like everyone owed him something. Was there a need for that? Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, the yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth was even more displeased. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Get lost. As he said, he flicked his sleeves. An extremely powerful force hurtled towards Yi Yuan. It actually wanted to forcefully push Yi Yuan outside. This yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth was at the 5th level C transformation realm. In his view, this move was naturally more than ample to deal with the 2nd level crystal formation realm Yi Yuan. Yet, that force wind just howled past Yi Yuan's body like this, while Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well without even moving a muscle. Chapter 396. N. You have quite a knack in doing things. N. You have quite a knack in doing things. The yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth was slightly stunned. He did not think that a mere 2nd level crystal formation realm could actually block the force of his flick so effortlessly. White light, come here. Let's go. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with this wildly arrogant youth and lightly called out. White light gave a low roar and struggled free from Shangguan Lingshue's embrace. In a blink of an eye, he arrived behind Yi Yuan, trying to hide. He's called White Light. A very nice name. Is he a little white tiger that you're raising? Shangguan Lingxue blinked her eyes and asked Yi Yuan curiously. So what if yes? Yi Yuan answered indecisively. The yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth's actions made Yi Yuan rather displeased. The hate for the house extended even to the birds perching on it. Yi Yuan naturally did not have much favorable impression towards Shangguan Lingxue too. Shangguan Lingxue had yet to speak when the yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth reprimanded. Insolence! Do you know who she is? To actually dare to be so impudent. Yi Yuan looked at him indifferently and said, Impudent? I wonder who's the one shouting and wrangling here, reversing the order of host and guest. Still say that others are impudent? The yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth sneered coldly and said, Reversing the order of host and guest? You mean that you're the owner of this place? I wonder since when did Sovereign Star Abyss's dojo become your territory? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You don't know? It's something not long ago. Since when had the yellow S.H.I. plus RT youth suffered such provocation? He laughed from extreme anger and said, Good, I'll lug you before Sovereign Star Abyss and ask him if this place is your territory. Shangguan Lingxue was greatly alarmed and hurriedly said, Your Highness, 7th Prince, don't. But it was already too late. 7th Prince arrived beside Yi Yuan at lightning speed. Be careful. Ah. Shangguan Lingxue could not bear to see Yi Yuan's tragic state and closed her eyes as if she was in pain. But it was only to hear a whistle. Then there was silence. Several breaths had said, yet Shangguan Lingxue did not hear any activities. She could not help opening her eyes curiously. With this look, Shangguan Lingxue could not help being greatly startled. Yi Yuan was currently standing and facing 7th Price far away, and actually looked like he was completely unscathed. My G.O.D., a 2nd level crystal formation, realm martial artist, actually dodged an attack from the number 1 person in the capital's junior generation. Who in the world was this young man? Haha, indeed have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to be so impertinent in front of this prince. But you're still a little green in the end. Seventh prince snickered coldly. And could it be? Shangguang Lingxue looked towards Yi Yuan again. Indeed, she saw a trace of fresh blood flowing down along the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. He sustained injuries in the end, but to be able to escape with his life from Seventh Prince's hands, this young man was already very remarkable. In the entire capital, only big brother Shangguan Lingyun could contend with him. The effects of other people were only to serve as a foil to his might. Roar! Seeing Yi Yuan injured, the white light beside Yi Yuan became restless with anxiety. Yi Yuan had the intention to stop, but his internal injuries were not light. It was already too late. Only to hear a whoosh. A streak of white light left an afterimage behind in midair as it pounced towards Seventh Prince. Seventh Prince laughed coldly and struck with one hand, accurately hitting that streak of white light. Cross. H. Plus white light was sent flying out. Cross. H. I. Plussing onto tea table, SMAs. H. I. Plussing the tea table into smithereens. White light. Poo work. Seeing white light get injured, Yi Yuan could not help getting very anxious. With a jerk, it affected his wounds, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Humph! A tier 2 little beast. As overconfident as your master. Asking for trouble. Seventh Prince said with a cold snort. Seeing white light being wounded, Shangguan Lingxue also became anxious and said, Your Highness, they didn't intentionally offend you either. How can you deal such a heavy blow? As she spoke, Shangguan Lingxue arrived at White Light's side with a large stride, wanting to carry him up. But just as her hands were about to touch White Light suddenly vanished before her eyes. Ah, you'd, and little animal, I'm going to kill you. Following that, Shangguan Lingxue heard Seventh Prince's shocked and furious voice. Turning around to look, she saw that Seventh Prince's face had a few extra claw marks. Clearly, they were left behind by white light. Shangguan Lingxue's eyes involuntarily revealed astonishment. A tier 2 little white tiger actually wounded Seventh Prince. What was the background of this one person and one beast? Each of them actually had such extraordinary skills. But White Light, who succeeded in one try, already returned to Yi Yuan's embrace, dripping with fresh blood, looking horrifyingly ghastly. His injuries were clearly very severe. That slap from Seventh Prince earlier was really not light at all. Yi Yuan lightly caressed White Light. Taking in a deep breath, he said to Seventh Prince, Seventh Prince, right? Very good. I've remembered this. Yi Yuan and White Light were together day and night. He had long treated him as an indispensable part of his own life already. To talk about feelings, his feelings towards White Light was even deeper compared to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Seventh Prince actually beat White Light to such a manner. This was something that Yi Yuan could not accept. Hence, he had to suffer Yi Yuan's wrath. This Seventh Prince was indeed well deserving of being the #1 expert among the capital's junior generation. His strength was truly peerlessly powerful. Although his realm was similar to Lan Bao's, his true combat power was not even on the same level as Lan Bao. This Seventh Prince similarly comprehended true intent. Hence, that one exchange earlier, Yi Yuan could not fully evade Seventh Prince's attack and sustained considerable internal injuries. Under the situation where his movement technique could not gain any advantage, Yi Yuan's realm became his greatest shortfall. There was a full major realm disparity between the two of them. Yi Yuan just sustaining injuries was already the best outcome. Seventh prince, who had always feared neither heaven nor earth, actually could not help shuddering when he saw Yi Yuan's ice-cold eyes. What's going on? I actually feel fear? How is that possible? Seventh prince could not quite believe it in his heart. Haha, still want to take revenge? That will also have to see if you have that opportunity. Seventh prince grinned hideously. This seventh prince was decisive in killing, taking action when he said so, and completely did not say a word of rubbish. Plus his voice had yet to fade when his person already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. His movement technique was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and displayed his movement technique. At the same time, he condensed out a small handful of 1,000 flowing petals to block in front of him. Bang! Even so, Yi Yuan was still sent flying out. Seventh prince's speed was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not dodge in time. Poor work! Yi Yuan vomited blood again. But he adamantly safeguarded white light in his bosom and did not let him sustain a single bit of shock. White light's injuries were already very severe. If he received damage again, he would die. If this were not the case, Yi Yuan would not clash head-on with seventh prince either. Enough, your highness, seventh prince. Shangguan, Ling Xue admonished. Seventh prince said flatly, Ling Xue, you should know my temperament. I absolutely won't permit anyone or anything that threatens my existence. This boy is rather abnormal. If I let him grow unchecked, he might really be able to threaten me. Therefore, he must die today. As he said, seventh prince placed his hands together. An extremely powerful essence energy undulation spread out. Chapter 397. Seventh prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Ling Xue. Seventh prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Ling Xue. Towards some latent threats, seventh prince had always exterminated them while they were still in their budding state. Yi Yuan was actually able to evade 2 of his attacks consecutively with second-level crystal formation realm strength. This was something utterly inconceivable. Therefore, he decided to kill Yi Yuan. Even if Shangguan Ling Xue barred the way, he also had to kill Yi Yuan. Boy, in the capital, and body dares to oppose me, Zhao Chang'an. All those who set themselves against me are already dead. You won't be an exception too. Don't blame me either. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not growing eyes to provoke an existence such as myself. Seventh prince said icily. Finished talking, his figure moved and already arrived before Yi Yuan. Bang! A huge explosion. Zhao Chang'an's figure fell back over a dozen steps before barely managing to stop his body. His palm being returned, Zhao Chang'an's internal organs were in a disorderly mess. Alchemy King S.H.I. plus. Seeing the arrival clearly, Zhao Chang'an said in surprise. The arrival was precisely S.H.I. plus Howren. He turned around to take a look at the severely wounded Yi Yuan, his brows involuntarily knitted together. All right, won't die. Okay, then you tend to your injuries. Leave the rest to me. No, I won't die. Borrow Senior's pill refinement room to use. Go ahead. Yi Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill to consume and carried white light into the pill refinement room. He did not look at Zhao Chang'an from start to end. Zhao Chang'an's brows furrowed. He said to S.H.I. plus Howren, Alchemy King S.H.I. plus, he's your junior? Why haven't I heard about it before? S.H.I. plus Howren did not answer him. Raising one hand, a medicinal pill appeared in his hand, only to see him release gently. The medicinal pill fell. He grabbed it in his hand and casually rubbed it. A pile of powder, fell from the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan and Shangguan Lingshue's expression changed. They came to find S.H.I. plus Howren precisely for the sake of requesting a medicinal pill from him. S.H.I. plus Howren did not come out the entire time because he was refining the medicinal pill for them. That was why he did not detect the commotion outside. Now that the medicinal pill was already refined, S.H.I. plus Howren actually destroyed it in front of them. You guys leave. Don't come back in the future. This place doesn't welcome you. Of course, if junior apprentice brother G forgives you, I won't say much. Please. S.H.I. plus Howren made a please leave gesture. The meaning of showing guests the door was already perfectly clear. Zhao Chenggan's facial expression flickered erratically. Within this capital, he had always been high and lofty. Never had he suffered such treatment. Even prior to this, S.H.I. plus Howren was all smiles towards him. For the sake of this brat, S.H.I. plus Howren actually fell out with him. Alchemy King, S.H.I. plus, it was this boy who offended me. That's why I made a move to punish him. Furthermore, I wasn't aware that he was your junior. That's why there was this misunderstanding. Zhao Chenggang explained. S.H.I. plus Howren's strength was extremely formidable. He also had exceedingly high status in the capital. Zhao Chenggan felt that there was the need to explain to him. After all, this sort of thing like offending the alchemist A.S. association was not something amusing. Although S.H.I. plus Howren could not represent the alchemist A.S. association, he was Sovereign Star Abyss's strongest eldest disciple. To a very large degree, his ATTI-tude represented Sovereign Star Abyss's ATTI-tude. Zhao Chenggan never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually S.H.I. plus Howren's junior. It was a little troublesome this time, but he also had immense faith towards his own ident. One, tie in strength. He believed that S.H.I. plus Howren would not easily offend him either. One had to know that behind him stood the fierce Gale world's most powerful, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Yet he was too naive. I have no interest in hearing which of you is right or wrong. I only saw you trying to kill him just now. So you can scram now. S.H.I. plus Howren said coolly. Zhao Chenggan was enraged upon hearing that and said, S.H.I. plus Howren, me explaining to you is giving you face. You don't fail to appreciate others' kindness. Could it be that you wish to let the alchemist A.S. association break away from His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Me making you scram is already taking into account His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, do you think that you can leave Qixia Mountain alive? All right, if you still don't get lost, I'm going to make a move. S.H.I. plus Howren did not give face in the slightest. Zhao Chenggan's expression changed again and again. S.H.I. plus Howren had always had a benign and uncontentious appearance. Today's S.H.I. plus Howren was his first time seeing it. Fine. I'll leave. You'll regret it. S.H.I. plus Howren. Lingxue, let's go. Zhao Chenggan gritted his teeth and said, S.H.I. plus Howren placed both hands behind his back and did not even look at them. Around an hour later, Yi Yuan walked out of the pill refinement room carrying white light. S.H.I. plus Howren hurriedly went forward to greet him. Seeing that Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale, S.H.I. plus Howren said with a frown, "You're really messing around, suffering such heavy injuries and still forcefully refining pills. Wouldn't that pile injury on top of injuries?" Just now, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill whole and did not have time to refine the medicinal effect at all before entering seclusion to refine pills. Although it was only refining a Tier 2 demonic pill, Yi Yuan was heavily wounded. After vomiting blood several times in succession, it already added injuries on top of injuries. Seeing S.H.I. plus Howren being concerned, Yi Yuan felt his heart warm. He forced a smile and said, "No worries. I'm fine. White Light's injuries are very severe. If I don't help him refine medicinal pills, the outcome is hard to say." S.H.I. plus Howren heaved a sigh and said, "You're somebody who values sentiments greatly. To actually do things to this extent for your contract beast. This junior, I acknowledge you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "White Light, and I don't have a contractual relations. H.I. plus P. We're equals. We're just like family. How can I watch him die?" S.H.I. plus Howren said in astonishment. "N. You guys actually don't have a contractual relations. H.I. plus P. This little white tiger is only Tier 2, and he's actually so capable of perceiving the thoughts of humans. Under ordinary circumstances, humans could only own a contract beast by thoroughly subjugating a demonic beast and forcing it to sign a divine soul contract. But this little white tiger had no contractual relations. H.I. plus P with Yi Yuan, and actually even threw away its own life for him. This was something that S.H.I. plus Howren had never heard of before. Indeed, so Yi Yuan said smilingly, "White Light, this little fellow's origins, was very mysterious. Even Yi Yuan could not figure it out. Being intelligent was also not something rare. And what medicinal pill did you refine for him? Why doesn't he have any reaction at all?" S.H.I. plus Howren noticed that White Light was not quite right. Logically speaking, after consuming medicinal pills, one spirit would be a little better. But White Light did not stir at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't know what's happening too." After he consumed the medicinal pill, he fell into a state of deep sleep. But I can sense that his aura is currently in the midst of gradual recovery. It should be fine. S.H.I. plus Howren observed closely and saw that it was indeed so. He could not help clicking his tongue in surprise. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Zhao Qinggan and opened his mouth to ask, "Oh, right, where's that seventh prince?" S.H.I. plus Howren curled his lips and said, "I made him get lost." As he said S.H.I. plus Howren briefly recounted the matter just now for Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan stare with his mouth agape after hearing it. He only smiled bitterly after a long while and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Why was there a need for that, Senior?" Chapter 398. Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. Seventh Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yen lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger. S.H.I. plus Howren said coolly. Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. Seventh Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yen lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger. S.H.I. plus Howren said coolly. Yi Yuan did not think that a mere alchemy king actually had such courage. Speaking of which, it was really quite likely Dao Hang, that chap's character. That boy, apart from being very cautious around him and treating him with the courtesy of a teacher from beginning to the end, he would speak brusquely to others. An appearance like your father was number one under the heaven. Seemed like this problem of his was successfully Pa-S said down to his disciple, which Pa-S said on to his grand students. Although he had not seen this side of Star Abyss yet, it was presumably around the same. Ha ha, I don't need that. This sort of thing like taking revenge. I love to do it the most. Looks like everybody thinks that my cultivation realm is low and easy to bully. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. It was uncertain what he was thinking about. Plus Haran thought that Yi Yuan was lamenting and could not help patting his shoulders as he consoled. Junior, you're only 16 years old and already at the second-level crystal formation realm. This speed is already very fast. When 7th Prince was at your age, he was at most spirit condensation realm. You're way stronger than him. This sort of thing like raising realm can't be rushed. It's best to proceed steadily step by step. In plus Haran's view, Yi Yuan had such accomplishments at a young age. He surely considered himself to be self-important, yet he suffered a blow from 7th Prince today. This was likely very hard for Yi Yuan to accept. If Yi Yuan ruined his foundation because he rushed to break through realms, that would be losing the main goal because of small gains. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much for Senior's concern. I have a sense of propriety." Plus Haran only relaxed after seeing that Yi Yuan's eyes had regained tranquility. He said, "You recover from your injuries first. After 2 days, I'll introduce the other fellow apprentices for you to get to know." Yi Yuan nodded and did not say anything else. On the second day, Yi Yuan was notified to gather at the main hall. By the time he reached, there were already 6 to 7 people there. Each one of them sized up Yi Yuan curiously. Yi Yuan was also sizing them up curiously. Barring no accidents, these few people should be those new seniors of his. At this time, plus Haran also accompanied Star Abyss and slowly walked out. "Master!" Everyone greeted in unison. Yi Yuan naturally could not be a maverick. He could only bow along. Star Abyss nodded slightly and opened his mouth to say, "I believe that you're all aware Master accepted a new disciple yesterday. It's Ji Qing. Come, you all get to know each other." Haran, give an introduction. Plus Haran came to the center of everyone and said to Ji Qing, "Come, I'll introduce to you a few seniors. This fatso is your second senior brother, Tang Ji." Yi Yuan said, "Ji Qing has seen second senior brother." That fatty laughed and said, "Junior brother is indeed a fine-looking man. I heard that you were actually able to reach the legendary realm. Truly remarkable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not at all. It was all luck yesterday." Plus Haran smiled as he dragged a blue S. Plus RT youth over, introducing, "This is your third senior brother, Yu Guang." Yi Yuan similarly gave a bow. Yu Guang smiled and said, "Junior brother is already a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. I think that in the future, you'll surely surpass your predecessors." Yi Yuan went along with a smile. Next was the 4th senior brother Zhu Liang, 5th senior brother Qing Su, 6th senior brother Jiang Yu, as well as 7th senior brother Wu Huilong. There were actually 3 alchemy kings among these 7 people and 4 high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. The might of these few people were clear at a glance. Li Daohang's lineage, while few in numbers, each one was able to hold a front. But through plus Haran's introduction, only 3rd senior brother Yu Guang held a position in the Alchemist Association among these 7 people. The rest had been following Star Abyss all along to cultivate and did not mingle with secular affairs. Seemed like this Star Abyss had quite the attainments in this aspect of teaching disciples. When S.H.I. plus Howren finished the introduction, Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You all don't look at how number 8's age is younger than yours. His alchemy strength is stronger than all of you. In the future, if you have any queries in alchemy that you don't understand, feel free to consult him." What? Consult little junior brother? Master, isn't this statement used a little incorrectly? Said number 4, Zhu Liang. Yeah, master. Not that we're looking down on little junior brother, but we've followed you for so many years and have more or less learned some smatterings. It can't be to such an extent where we can't even match little junior brother, right? Number 7, Wu Huilong, was evidently quite reluctant to yield. Star Abyss narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Your little junior brother had a fortuitous encounter before entering my tutelage. His alchemy abilities are unfathomable, more than ample to be half your teacher. You all don't have to make such a huge fuss over nothing, and don't need to argue with me either. Those who are unwilling to submit can very well challenge him. Of course, his age is young. You guys don't use cultivation realm to bully him." S.H.I. plus Howren and second senior brother Tang, were still all right, but the other people's faces more or less had a hint of unnatural expression. Clearly, they begged to differ on Star Abyss's words. Yi Yuan's performance yesterday in the Grand Pill Assembly they had already heard a little to some extent, but what one heard might be false, while what one saw would be real. Yi Yuan was definitely remarkable, but it was also not remarkable to the extent where he could be their teacher, right? Yi Yuan kept quiet the entire time, but he had already cursed Star Abyss's predecessors countless times over in his heart. This old punk actually made him help him teach his disciples without even giving him a heads up, asking an alchemy emperor to help guide his disciples. To think that this fellow could do it seemed like this old punk also came around a little and wanted to exploit his value. Sai, who asked him to owe this old fellow such a great favor. Yesterday, Yi Yuan already reached a consensus with Star Abyss. Star Abyss would help him inquire about his fellow apprentices' news. If there was a possibility, Star Abyss would directly make a move to get that person out. Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was not suited to get people, but Star Abyss was different. And, Body would suspect him. With Star Abyss making a move, wanting to rescue his fellow apprentices should be much easier. Seniors, don't listen to Master talking rubbish. If there are any queries, we fellow apprentices should have more exchanges. Everybody improve together. Yi Yuan said modestly. These few people's expressions only became slightly better after hearing Yi Yuan's words. They were all people who were hundreds of years old. Asking them to consult a little child, they really could not quite get past their psychological barrier. Star Abyss opened his mouth again at this time to say calmly, "There's also an incident that happened yesterday. His Highness, the 7th Prince, actually almost killed number 8 in our Qixia Mountain. This made me very displeased. Looks like our alchemist, association has been amicable for far too long. And, Body takes us seriously anymore. There's actually such a thing? Zhao Qinggan, this person, is very overbearing. This really seems like something he would do. Haha, looks like Master, his elderly self, is going to fly off the handle this time. It's been so long since I saw Master go wild. Really looking forward to it." Indeed, Star Abyss said slowly, "From today onwards, the Alchemist Association and my Dao Yen lineage will stop helping everyone from the imperial family to refine medicinal pills, and we will carry out an all-around sanction on them." Chapter 399 Jin Huanjin was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troops. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. Jin Huanjin was the Swift Wind Guards high-level commander, a Soul Sea realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troops. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. This team that Jin Huanjin commanded was about to set off for the front lines very soon. When soldiers go out to battle, medicinal pills and weapons naturally could not be dispensed with, especially medicinal pills. It was far too important to a team. The tie and quality of medicinal pills concerned their survival rate and ability to sustain in battle. A few days ago, the Swift Wind Guards ordered a batch of medicinal pills from the Alchemist A.S. Association. And today, it was precisely the date to collect the medicinal pills. Jin Huanjin came to the Alchemist A.S. Association to find Yang Xiu, but was stopped by his disciple outside the door. "Oh, Linny, huh? How have you been recently?" Jin Huanjin frequently had dealings with Yang Xiu. He was naturally very familiar with his eldest disciple, Lin Yi. If it were before, Lin Yi would have bowed and greeted long ago. But today, his nose turned up towards the skies, looking like he could not see anyone. "Master is currently refining pills. If there's something, come back another day," Lin Yi said very coldly. Jin Huanjin's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart, putting aside the fact that his relations, H.I.+P. with Yang Xiu was not shallow. He was the Alchemist A.S. Association's big money bag. Why was this Lin Yi's words today so smelly and hard? Elder Yang and I have made an arrangement long ago to come and collect medicinal pills today. Why would he just happen to be refining pills? Jin Huanjin said with a frown. "How should I know? I only know that Master made me guard here and not let some random SHI+*TTY people come and interrupt his pill refinement." Jin Huanjin's face darkened. He said unhappily, "What are you saying, Lin Yi? Elder Yang and I are old friends. I'm also some random SH*TTY person like this. You go in and inform him. Just say that I came. It's impossible that he won't see me." Linny was similarly displeased as he said, "Master is at the crucial moment of pill refinement. How can he be interrupted? If anything goes wrong with his pill refinement, can you shoulder this responsibility?" "You. Good, very good. Wait until I see Elder Yang. I'm going to ask him if I, Jin Huanjin, am some random SH*TTY person. Isn't he refining pills? I'll just wait here today." Jin Huanjin was furious to the extreme and decided to dawdle with this Lin Yi, but to really let him barge inside, he still did not have that gall. The Alchemist A.S. Association had the entire Fierce-Gale world's best alchemists. Furthermore, they were independent of the Wind Emperor's jurisdiction. And, Body dared to provoke them. Lin Yi said that Yang Xiu was refining pills. If it really was some important medicinal pill, Jin Huanjin really could not bear the responsibilities. Even in the Fierce-Gale world, where alchemy skills were undeveloped, while Jin Huanjin and Yang Xiu were both Soul Sea realms, Yang Xiu's status was much higher than his. But Lin Yi said indifferently, "Go ahead." Finished talking, Lin Yi ignored Jin Huanjin and let him be. In a twinkle of an eye, 8 hours said. There was no activity inside at all. Jin Huanjin paced about nonstop. Clearly, he was very restless and angry. He also did not know what was wrong with this Lin Yi today. The latter was purposely setting himself against him. He had waited here for many hours, but not only was there no cup of tea at all, Lin Yi even got people to remove all the chairs. Simple, outrageous. although to a Soul Sea realm martial artist, standing for a couple of hours completely did not matter. This sort of contemptuous feel made him feel immense humiliation. Hard work did not let down the faithful. When the skies turned dark, Yang Xiu finally came out from the pill refinement room. Jin Huanjun was overjoyed when he saw the situation and immediately switched to a smiley face as he went up to greet Yang Xiu. He said, "Elder Yang, this Jin has waited for you for a long time. You finally came out." Yang Xiu smiled and said, "Oh, so it's Huanjun, huh? Looking for me for?" Jin Huanjun was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Logically speaking, refining pills for such a long time, the alchemist's soul force consumption would be tremendous. Even if it was not some important medicinal pill, it should also be somewhat exhausting. But Yang Xiu was full of spirit and energy, completely without the sense of any fatigue. Could this Lin Yi be lying to him? Right away, Jin Huanjun probed with a sentence. "Elder Yang, were you refining pills earlier?" Yang Xiu said puzzledly, "Refining pill? Not at all. I was researching some stuff in the pill refinement room. While researching, I lost track of time. To think that the sky already became dark." Jin Huanjun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Elder Yang, not that this Jin likes to rat on others, but this disciple of yours, Lin Yi, looks down on people way too much. When I came to find you, he actually said that you were refining pills causing this Jin to wait bitterly outside for 8 hours. Jin Huanjun poured out all the bitter water in his stomach and totally thought that Yang Xiu would reprimand Lin Yi fiercely, but the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Yang Xiu looked at Lin Yi and asked, "You told him that I was refining pills?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "Yes." The conversation progressed until here. Jin Huanjun was already prepared to watch the show by the side, when Yang Xiu's following words nearly made him vomit a mouthful of old blood, only to see Yang Xiu slowly turn his head to Jin Huanjun and said, "Oh, like that, huh? It's this old man who remembered wrongly just now. I was indeed refining medicinal pills the entire day. Sigh, getting old, becoming useless. If there's anything, find me tomorrow. I have to head back to rest." Jin Huanjun's eyes became wide as saucers as he looked at Yang Xiu and did not recover for a long time. All the way until Yang Xiu left did he suddenly awaken and hastily chased after. "Wait a minute, Elder Yang! Wait a minute, Elder Yang!" Jin Huanjun yelled out. Yang Xiu said impatiently, "Oh, Huanjun, today's already very late. If there's anything, talk again tomorrow." Jin Huanjun panicked as he said, "Don't be like this, Elder Yang. The army is about to set out right away. I really can't afford to delay. Elder Yang, that batch of medicinal pills of mine, is it medicinal pills? What medicinal pills?" Yang Xiu said with a blank face. Seeing Yang Xiu's expression, Jin Huanjun's heart palpitated. He hastily reminded, 10 days ago, didn't we agree to order a batch of medicinal pill from you? Is there such a thing? Why am I unaware? Old brother, recently our association's orders are seriously too many. I can't even manage it on my side. How about you wait a while longer?" Yang Xiu reminded with good intentions. Jin Huanjun was perfectly clear that Yang Xiu was deliberately troubling him here, but he was also utterly confused. He did not know how in the world he offended this mighty G.O.D. Yang Xiu's status in the Alchemist Association was exceedingly high. Jin Huanjun could not afford to offend. He could only urge, "Elder Yang, you're clearly aware that our army is about to set off in a few days now. We can't afford to wait." Yang Xie spread his 2 hands out and said, "Then there's no way about it. I'm really swamped over on this side. How about Old brother, you seek someone more qualified? Jin Huanjun cursed in his heart, but had no choice but to ask cautiously. He said, Elder Yang, I don't know how little brother offended your elderly self. How about you express it a little? Yang Xiu chuckled and said, Not at all, not at all. Old brother, you're really thinking too much. I'm really busy over here. All right, not talking anymore. My head is dizzy from refining pills. Heading back, first to rest. The same scene played out everywhere in the alchemist capital. Chapter 400. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the swift wind guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the swift wind guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. Old Jean, do you think that these group of people from the Alchemist A.S. Association went nuts? They don't want to earn glimmering, high-grade essence crystals. Is this shredding all pretenses of cordiality with us? Asked a commander bitterly. Jin Huanjun was also green in the face and in dismal. Yeah, old Jean. Among us, you're the one with the oldest qualifications. You got to come up with an idea. We're about to set off right away. If we don't have the guarantee of this batch of medicinal pills, what will we use to fight with the endless world martial artists? Said another commander. Old Jean, do you think they detest that the essence crystals we gave are too few, and they wish to take this opportunity to viciously extort a sum from us? Jin Huanjun was vexed in his heart and waved his hand, saying, all right, stop making noise. Tomorrow morning, I'll go and test Yangxiu's waters. I keep feeling that this matter isn't that simple. Everyone, calm your horses down first. I'll go back and rest. Wait for my news tomorrow. The second day, early in the morning, Jin Huanjun directly cut Yang Xiu off at his residence. Elder Yang, we have worked together for so many years. You also know that this batch of medicinal pills concerns the life and death of our brothers. You can't wash your hands off this matter. Jin Huanjun said with a grimace. Why is it you again? Old brother, didn't I tell you, I'm really too busy recently. I really don't have time to help you guys refine medicinal pills. Yang Xiu similarly had a grimace. Jin Huanjun grabbed hold of Yang Xiu's sleeves and actually kneeled down directly. Old brother, what are you doing here? Yang Xiu said with an astonished look. Old brother, Jin Huanjun, am throwing out this old face today. If this batch of medicinal pill can't be obtained, and His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, investigates this, old Jin, am still dead. Old brother, you can't stand aside and watch me die. Jin Huanjun was just short of sniveling in tears. Yang Xiu gave a sigh and said, Old brother, it's really not that old brother is not helping you but can't help you. Jin Huanjun's heart stirred. He still had a weeping face as he asked, Old brother, where did younger brother? Offend you? You just say it out. But you can't wash your hands off this matter, no matter what. Yang Xiu's eyebrows twitched, and he let out a sigh again and said, Old brother Jin, our friends. Plus P doesn't need me to say any more. You know it in your heart. But this time, old brother Jin, I really can't help you. I'll give you an explanation. But you must make sure not to sell me out. Jin Huanjun's heart nearly jumped out. He hurriedly said, Old brother, just say, if I sell old brother out, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yang Xiu nodded and said slowly, Actually, it's this, meaning Yang Xiu extended out a finger and pointed at the sky. Jin Huanjun's expression changed. Although Yang Xiu did not say it explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. Who else was there above Yang Xiu? It could only be Sovereign Star Abyss. If it was like this, then the problem was huge. Although Sovereign Star Abyss's strength was not on the same level as His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, their statuses did not differ too much. This, old brother, just what reason is it to actually make the Lord carry out such a decision? Jin Huanjin asked in shock. Yang Xiu sighed and said, to be able to let the Lord carry out such a decision, it's naturally because somebody touched his reverse scale and offended his elderly self. All right, I can only talk until here. I can't say any more. Once that Lord flares his temper, and, body can withstand it. Jin Huanjin seemed to have recalled something terrifying, his face revealing terror. Ah, there was such a thing. That old man looks pretty amiable. To think that he's so scary when he flies off the handle. Yi Yuan was quite surprised. Third senior brother Yu Guang had an antic, 1p, look as he said, "Isn't that so?" Back then, even eldest senior brother hadn't entered tutelage yet. Not a single person in the entire capital was unaware of this matter. It was just that body dared to talk about it. Master was so awe-inspiring. He directly flew up to the royal palace and stood in midair, provokingly challenging His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. The third prince was forced by Lord Master to commit suicide. From start to finish, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, did not show his face. In truth, that was already a form of yielding. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Such a disgraceful matter. How could the Wind Emperor possibly make an appearance? The third prince coming out to commit suicide appeased Star Abyss's fury and also preserved the royal family's face. It was counted as a better ending. Back then, S.H.I. plus Howren had not entered his tutelage yet. Star Abyss took in a disciple. The result was that he clashed with the third prince and was killed by the third prince. Star Abyss was furious when he heard the news and directly charged up to the royal palace's city walls and forced the third prince to commit suicide. Ever since then, the name of Star Abyss being protective of his people became utterly resounding in the capital. These 2 days, Yi Yuan had been guiding his few seniors constantly and became rather idle. Of course, this was also not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. Among the few seniors, the most unwilling to acquiesce was third senior brother Yu Guang. He challenged Yi Yuan using exchange as the reason. The result was that he was utterly convinced with his loss. Ever since then, the seniors no longer doubted Star Abyss's words. These 2 days, quite a few seniors came to Yi Yuan's place to consult him on some problems. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them either. The answers that he gave were all very exquisite. After the seniors went back to appreciate it in detail, they actually felt that it was even more exquisite than what Master Star Abyss said, and even more profound and simpler to understand. Although these few disciples that Star Abyss took on were different in personalities, they were all honest and frank people. Not only were they not jealous of Yi Yuan, but they also took him to be a good mentor and helpful friend instead. Speaking of which, they inherited the same ideology and behavior as that fellow Li Daohang. Different from happy thoughts, on Yi Yuan's side, Seventh Prince's side descended into extreme chaos. These few days, storms raged in the capital. Everyone and everything were in a chaotic mess, investigating the matter of why Star Abyss would target the royal family. Other people did not know why, but he was all too clear. He initially thought that it was not something of a big deal. He did not kill Yi Yuan in the end as well. S.H.I. plus Howren would not do anything to him. But he forgot that there was still an even more terrifying Sovereign Star Abyss above S.H.I. plus Howren. As a matter of fact, Zhao Chungan had already forgotten the third prince's matter. At that time, he wasn't even born yet. Although he heard some extent of it later on, he did not take it to heart. All the way until the news of the alchemist A.S. association sanctioning the royal family spread over. Only then Zhao Cheng'an was shocked, recalling the incident of the third prince being forced to commit suicide. These 2 days, he was in a constant state of anxiety. After thinking it over and over again, Zhao Cheng'an finally still decided to go and find His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to admit his wrong. Within the deep and serene palace, it was void of people. Zhao Cheng'an stood in the great hall, but felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him. This child, Zhao Cheng'an, requests to meet royal father. Zhao Cheng'an forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "What is it?" A voice came over serenely from the depths of the palace, as if it sounded out from the underworld. "This child. Zhao Cheng'an kneeled onto the ground with a slam and said nervously, "This child deserves death. The matter with the alchemist A.S. association was caused by this child. I beg royal father to mete out punishment." There was no reply. Only Zhao Cheng'an's breathing sound was left in the entire great hall. Chapter 4:01 Zhao Cheng'an's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. Zhao Cheng'an's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. He felt like his own heart was about to explode. In the silence, every second felt like a year to Zhao Cheng'an. "I already know." That cold voice sounded out again. Zhao Cheng'an's entire body shuddered. Cold sweat already drenched his entire body. "Please mete out punishment." "Father, I didn't think. This was a test that this emperor gave you, for you to be able to arrive here. You've already said the test." When Zhao Cheng'an heard these words, he felt like his divine soul was about to leave his body. No words were more pleasant to the ears than these few words. As the fierce-scale world's sole boundless realm powerhouse, even a fool knew the Wind Emperor's terror. But Zhao Cheng'an was even more deeply aware that the Wind Emperor's terror was not just strength. This person himself was the most terrifying. "Thank you, royal father," Zhao Cheng'an said agitatedly. "Don't be in a rush to give thanks. This matter was incited by you. You think of a way to resolve it. Even I don't wish to provoke old man Star Abyss. You actually dare to yank his beard." Although he sounded calm, Zhao Cheng'an could hear the Wind Emperor's fury. "Yes, this child knows his mistake. Royal father, please point out the right path." Zhao Cheng'an perspired heavily. "You go think about it yourself. This is also a test for you. All right, take your leave." When the voice faded, there wasn't any sound in the great hall anymore. Coming out from the great hall, it was like Zhao Cheng'an had experienced a life and death great battle. His entire person was like he was lugged out from the waters, utterly drenched. Returning to his residence, Zhao Cheng'an secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Fortunately, he did not harbor any hopes of chance in his heart and admitted his fault to royal father. Or else, his outcome would surely be very tragic. The Wind Emperor had never had any consciousness of the saying, "A vicious tiger would not eat its cubs towards his own sons." He also never had a cyanate heart. He caused such a major problem this time, and it was even at the critical juncture of the great army moving out. If this matter could not be settled nicely, he would still die very horribly. Thinking up to here, Zhao Cheng'an could not help getting a headache. Just what should he do to make that old fellow, Star Abyss, rescind the sanctions on the royal family? These few days, Zhao Cheng'an more or less understood Star Abyss's personality through many inquiries. This old man was normally still very amiable, but once you touched his reverse scale, his terror was that even the Wind Emperor could not withstand it. Very clearly, he had already touched his reverse scale. Zhao Cheng'an's thought involuntarily turned to Yi Yuan. Could it be that he really had to apologize to that punk? But the moment he thought of Yi Yuan's haughty look, Zhao Cheng'an shrunk back again. He felt that even if he went to apologize, Yi Yuan definitely would not accept it either. Just how should this be gone about doing? In a blink, an entire night Pa-S said. Zhao Chenggan sat there woodenly for a night without moving a single muscle. The skies were about to brighten when Zhao Chenggan suddenly clenched his fists and stood up all at once, seemingly like he made some sort of resolution. It was already daytime. The streams of people in the central capital's streets were bustling about. It was forever that busy. All of a sudden, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and turned to look towards a direction, only to see a young man bearing his upper body, carrying a bundle of thorns on his back, and walking forward step by step. This sort of thing that cut a wide swath was not frequently seen in the capital. It naturally drew the eyes of many people. What's this person doing? What's he carrying a bundle of thorns on his back for? Is he sick? Those are sawtooth tree branches. The branches are covered in blades. Having it wrapped around the body, sinking into the flesh, is not much worse off than getting 1,000 cuts. Shu, do you want to die? That is His Highness, the 7th Prince, my G. O.D., who could make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do such a thing to admit fault and ask for punishment? Doesn't he wish to live any more? Who knows about this kind thing? The 7th Prince is the person most likely to inherit the great position of the Wind Emperor. The person able to make him do such a thing is bound to be extremely formidable. Looking at the direction he's walking in, it should be Qixia Mountain. Only that Lord has the qualifications to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do this sort of thing like carrying a rod and asking for punishment. You're saying, Sovereign Star Abyss, what did His Highness, the 7th Prince, do to actually provoke and enrage that Lord? That isn't what you and I can know. The people surrounding to watch were getting increasingly more. There was already an extremely large procession following behind Zhao Chenggan. But they all know the 7th Prince's prowess. They just followed far away and did not dare to get too close, while Zhao Chenggan himself looked steadily ahead, walking in the direction of Qixia Mountain step by step. By the time he walked to the foot of the mountain, there was already a sea of people behind him. One would be unable to see the end with a glance. Ji Qing, 7th Prince Zhao Chenggan, came bearing a rod today to ask you for punishment. Zhao Chenggan enunciated each word, and he actually directly kneeled down. His voice, Zhao Chenggan, revolved essence energy fully. The entire Qixia Mountain should be able to hear it. Behind him, the crowd let out a huge hubbub. The exalted 7th Prince, His Highness, actually kneeled down. Who is Ji Qing? I've never heard that there was such a character in our central capital. I haven't heard of him before as well. Doesn't Sovereign Star Abyss only have 7 disciples? There doesn't seem to be Ji Qing this character, right? Ignorant and ill-informed. A few days ago, the Xiao family and Tong family organized the Grand Assembly. Originally, the Xiao family's defeat was already set. It was precisely this Ji Qing who turned the raging tides, defeating the Tong family's #1 genius, Tong Wenchang, saving the Xiao family. Furthermore, this Ji Qing did not win by a narrow margin, but he crushed Tong Wenchang in an overwhelming manner until he could not even lift his head. I heard that he is already locked up by the Tong family and completely became an invalid. There was such a thing. I was just saying that recently the Tong family shops increased anew again. Such a major incident actually happened. Like this Ji Qing is truly a character. Could it be? That's right. He's already taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss under his tutelage, becoming his 8th disciple. But why is His Highness, the 7th Prince, doing such a thing to apologize to this Ji Qing? That I don't know. TSK. The dignified Wind Emperor successor actually suffered such an unprecedented shame. The days to come in the capital will probably be very fun. On top of Qixia Mountain, S.H.I. Plus Howren looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Little junior brother, this move from Master is really ruthless. It actually forced the arrogant 7th prince to this state." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "He has body but himself to blame for it." S.H.I. Plus Howren nodded, firmly agreeing. Yi Yuan had already explained the entire course of the incident to everyone. Making a move to kill somebody due to a single word of disagreement. Only a person like the 7th prince could do it. Except, if he killed some people, then he killed them. But there were some people who were not those he could afford to offend. This punk deserves it. But when are you planning on going down, little junior brother? Asked the plump second senior brother Tang, Ji, with a laugh. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "What's the hurry? Let him kneel for a while first. Let's discuss alchemy skills in depth first." Chapter 4. 2 times slowly trickled past. Zhao Qinggan's face became progressively darker. Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Qinggan's face became progressively darker. He had already kneeled for a full 6 hours. Qixia Mountain's gates were still tightly shut. There wasn't even a person who came out to say H-E-L-Lo. He was the dignified 7th prince. Wasn't Qixia Mountain, this group of people, taking him too lightly? Zhao Qinggan really want to stomp off right now, and then gather the swift wind guards to come and slaughter all of these guys. But when he thought of the Wind Emperor's faint voice, a gust of cool air welled up from the bottom of his heart, instantly extinguished. H.I. Plussing all of the flames. Bearing the rod to come and ask for punishment was something that he made the painful decision to do after he thought for one night. Before coming, he already planned out well. No matter how much humiliation he suffered today, he had to push through it. Yet, when it really came down to it, he had no choice but to admit how great the difficulty was. His Highness, the 7th Prince, has already kneeled here for many hours. The skies are almost turning dark soon. I heard that the Lord's personality is very nice. What on earth did he do to make that Lord on Qixia Mountain become so enraged? Ignorant and ill-informed much? That Lord's personality is pretty good. But once he truly becomes furious, even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has to make a concession. Oh, is there still some story in between this? That person briefly summarized the 3rd prince's incident and said, "My guess is that 7th prince likely had a conflict with that person called Ji Qing and nearly killed him. There was actually such a thing. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. 7th prince is famously tyrannical in the capital and frequently kills people because of some small issue. But this time, he kicked a metal plate. You can say that again. There had never been a lack of meddlesome people in this world. No matter how long Zhao Qinggan kneeled there, they would crowd around to watch. After several hours said, everyone pretty much guessed the entire sequence of events. Zhao Qinggan tried his best not to listen to these discussions. But the sounds of these comments still barged inside his ears ceaselessly, making it even more tormenting for him. If not because today's matter was of utmost importance, he would definitely explode and kill people. Right at this time, a 16 to 17-year-old Azure S.H.I. plus RT youth appeared in everyone's sight. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Zhao Qinggan, stretched his waist, and gave a yawn as he asked with a curious look, Isn't this His Highness, the 7th Prince? What are you doing here?" Zhao Qinggan forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and said solemnly, "This Zhao Qinggan specially came here to admit his fault and ask for punishment. Young Master Ji, please inflict punishment." As he said, Zhao Chenggan pulled out a thorn from his back and delivered it before Yi Yuan with both hands. Yi Yuan received the thorn rather playfully and asked with a smile, "What fault does your highness have?" Ji Qing doesn't quite get it. That day, didn't your highness say that those who oppose you are all already dead? I wonder how your highness can seek the forgiveness of a dead person? That day, it was this little prince who was momentarily muddled and offended young Master Ji. So today, I specially came here to apologize and seek punishment. Zhao Chenggan was long prepared for this and answered, "Oh, like this, huh? Your highness is usurpa s, saidly overbearing. I wonder if I'll die in the streets tomorrow after I forgive you today?" Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. Zhao Chenggan was secretly alarmed. He really had this thought. He was prepared to find a chance to finish Yi Yuan off after this matter blows over. Of course, he would not make a move himself. There were too many ways to kill people. Personally, making a move to kill people was naturally the dumbest method. Getting stench all over yourself for nothing. Who would have thought that his idea was seen through by Yi Yuan at a glance? What is young Master Ji talking about? This little prince really sees through his error. That's why I'm apologizing today with such a serious attitude about this matter. I was truly too reckless on that day. It will never happen again in the future. Zhao Chenggan hurriedly said. "Oh, is that so? I've just arrived here and don't really have any enemies in the capital yet. So, if anything happens to me in the future, this liability will be counted on your highness's head." Zhao Chenggan was full of hatred in his heart, who said that you did not have enemies. You just offended the entire Tong family a couple of days back. All right? These words from Yi Yuan was clearly borrowing his influence to suppress the Tong family. Furthermore, whoever Yi Yuan provoked in the capital later on, he even had to make an appearance to settle it. What the hell? I was this. But at this critical juncture, Zhao Chenggan had to swallow it too, even if his teeth were shattered. That's of course. As long as anything happens of young Master Ji in the capital, it can all be counted on my head. At that time, I'll apologize for my crime with death. Zhao Chenggan clenched his teeth and said, "Such a major incident. It was naturally impossible for those surrounding and watching to be ordinary martial artists. There were bound to be many people from large families and large influences among them. Him making such a promise in front of so many people was virtually pinning a death exemption medallion on Yi Yuan. No matter how large these factions were, how many dared to oppose the Wind Emperor? Even if the seventh prince could not represent the Wind Emperor, and even if the seventh prince lost such a tremendous amount of face today, he was still the strongest among the princes, and also the person with the greatest likelihood of inheriting the position of Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There are so many people here today. Everybody be a witness. This small life of mine is all in the hands of His Highness, the seventh prince. If one day any mishap happens to me, Ji Qing, it cannot be free of relation with His Highness, the seventh prince." Obviously, no one dared to really answer, but Yi Yuan did not need their response. His objective was already accomplished when Zhao Chenggan said these words. "Ha, looks like your highness is indeed 100% sincere. I, Ji Qing, naturally can't fail to appreciate kindness as well. Please return, your highness. This matter will end here," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Chenggan said hesitatingly, "Young Master Ji, then the medicinal pill matter." "Medicinal pill? What medicinal pill?" Yi Yuan asked with a puzzled look. Zhao Chenggan was fuming inwardly. He did not believe that Yi Yuan was unaware of the Alchemist A.S. Association sanctions on the royal family. He was feigning ignorance right now, but in front of so many people, he could not say it too obviously either. He was stifled until internal injuries were about to erupt. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would invite him in to talk. Who knew that Yi Yuan made him return right away? Ha! And nothing, Zhao Cheng'an said embarrassed. As Sedley. Oh, nothing, huh? Then I'll head back first, Your Highness. Seniors are still waiting for me to learn alchemy, Yi Yuan said with a beam as if he and Zhao Cheng'an were friends. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhao Cheng'an did not know if this was considered completing the mission either. He also did not know what Yi Yuan planned on doing. His heart was still palpitating with uneasiness. If Star Abyss did not withdraw the sanctions, it would still be hard for him to escape death. After returning to the mountain, the group of seniors gave a round of fierce praises to Yi Yuan. Little junior brother isn't old, but you're extremely adept in handling things. I think after that, Zhao Cheng'an goes back. He'll also have no appet. 1. Tea for food and drinks these 2 days. Plus Haran said with a big laugh. Yeah, that Zhao Cheng'an is used to being rampant and domineering. Today, he lost face all the way home and even had to gift little junior brother a death exemption medallion. It's truly losing one's wife, as well as one's soldiers. Yu Guang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not at all. This matter is still ultimately master sanctions. That's impressive. Chapter 403. It's true that master sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tang, Ji said with a laugh. It's true that master sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tang, Ji said with a laugh. Second senior brother is too kind. I was also just claiming some interest. I didn't think that this 7th prince could actually endure such humiliation for an important goal and doing such a thing like bearing thorns to ask for punishment, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. It was indeed contrary to all expectations. That child knows when to yield and when not to, and his martial strength is also extremely formidable. Indeed, not what the other princes can compare to. Absolutely the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person. Barring no accidents, the next Wind Emperor is very likely to be him. Hence, you should still be more careful in the future, little junior brother, in case this boy uses some underhanded tricks. Plus Haran warned him. The incident this time also let everyone have a brand new understanding of Zhao Cheng'an. The high and mighty Wind Emperor successor actually did this sort of self-belittling thing, making entire capital drop their SES. But thinking about it carefully, this method of doing things was the best way to handle things at present. Even if Yi Yuan was way less understanding of what was good or bad for him, it was also not possible to let this sanction carry on. Otherwise, the Qixia mountain lineage would also become unreasonable even with justification. With Zhao Cheng'an's status, doing everything to this step was already his limits. If Yi Yuan still refused to budge, that was being unappreciative. If the royal family and the alchemist association, these two giants, really ruptured completely, neither side could bear the consequences. At that time, the one who would be put in an awkward situation would not be the Wind Emperor, but Star Abyss himself. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan's way of handling things was grasped perfectly, it could gain the greatest benefits and also reflect a magnanimous heart. As for Zhao Cheng'an's apology, Yi Yuan simply paid no attention to it at all. How could he possibly be deceived by this sort of superficial act? The more sincere Zhao Qinggan's apology was, the more intense his hatred towards him. This sort of high and lofty, ambitious, fierce person would never feel that they were wrong. Rest A.S. assured, eldest senior brother. I have a score in my heart. Oh, right, seniors, from today onwards, I'm going to enter seclusion for a month and won't be able to expound on the alchemy path with seniors anymore, Yi Yuan said. And entering a retreat so soon? Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to enter seclusion, the few people felt a great sense of loss in their hearts. These few days, they truly reaped no little benefits by exchanging knowledge together with Yi Yuan. There were even more gains compared to listening to Star Abyss preaching the Tao. Carrying on at this speed, them having some breakthrough in alchemy were inevitable. But Yi Yuan actually entered seclusion at this time. They were naturally quite reluctant to let go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yes, I sense that I'm about to break through, so I've decided to enter a retreat to pour all my efforts into breaking through realms." Like that? All right then, S.H.I. plus Haran said. Yi Yuan returned to his own residence. A streak of white silhouette suddenly salked towards him. The white silhouette's speed was exceedingly quickly. Yi Yuan was actually unable to evade with his movement technique. Violent Blaze transforming dragon. In a hurry, Yi Yuan execute a violent blaze transforming dragon, colliding together with the white silhouette. Bang! The white silhouette directly flew out, while Yi Yuan also fell back 2 steps from the enormous collision force. But Yi Yuan was not astonished. He became overjoyed instead, and said, "White light, you actually broke through." "Why, yes, big brother." A slightly choppy and tender voice transmitted into Yi Yuan's mind. It was universal beast language. "N, have you unlocked your inherited memories?" Yi Yuan was astonished again. Yes. This time, white light was clearly way smoother when talking. "Ha, you brat, your breakthrough speed is too rapid. It's almost catching up to this young master." Seeing white light open his mouth to speak, Yi Yuan was also very glad. White light smiled and said, "Big brother, you're the real freak. Your breakthrough speed is too fast, completely without bottlenecks. And just a few-year-old little kid. You're actually calling me big brother?" Yi Yuan said huffily, "If I don't call you big brother, what do I call you then? I don't want to call you master. Proud divine beasts will never become a human's lackey." White light raised his tiger head with a prideful look. Yi Yuan was also tickled by his appearance and said with a smile, "I didn't ask you to call me master, but I can be your uncle with my age, right? Come, call uncle, and let me hear." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, white light nearly stumbled to the ground. He said sulkily, "Knock it off. Don't you humans all address each other using cultivation realms? Now that I broke through to tier 3 as well, what's wrong with calling you big brother?" This really does seem to be the case. Fine. Big brother then. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he inquired, "Oh, right, do you know your origins now that you unlocked your inherited memories?" Yi Yuan was very curious about White Light's origin. He was clearly a descendant of the flowing light white tiger, yet he had treasure-seeking abilities. It was too weird, but White Light shook his head and said, "Don't know. I only unlocked a very small portion of inherited memories. The rest are still sealed and completely can't be opened up yet." Yi Yuan said disappointedly, "Like this, huh? That's too bad. If we know your origin, we can maybe suit our methods to your situation. Who knows, you might be able to break through to Divine Beast Realm." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White Light was also quite disappointed. Yi Yuan suddenly asked again. Then what kind of inherited memories have you awakened? Let's have a look. To divine beasts, inherited memories were something extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, they would never tell it to humans. But ever since the death of his mother, White Light treated Yi Yuan as his only kin. Or else, he would also not have fought Zhao Cheng'an to the death under the situation where he was aware he could not contend with him to protect Yi Yuan. All some random and messy stuff, such as this kind of thing, like the universal beast language. To say the most useful one, it will be a cultivation method that was awakened. But it's only to the 3rd level too, White Light said. And what kind of cultivation method? Yi Yuan asked curiously. White Tiger Dark Light, divine art. White Light said, it's actually a divine art. Yi Yuan said in astonishment. Although Yi Yuan also cultivated in a divine art, this did not mean that divine arts were common wares. The birth of each divine art would stir up a BLOODY struggle in the divine realm. But a little white tiger that Yi Yuan found in the lower realms actually had a divine art in his inherited memories. This was too inconceivable. Although Yi Yuan had not heard of this set of divine art, its power was beyond all doubt. Yeah, I didn't know it myself, but actually I've already started cultivating this divine art long ago. It's actually like a part of my body, White Light said. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something and could not help being greatly astonished as he said, could it be that, when you swallowed those medicinal pills, your body automatically revolved the White Tiger Dark Light divine art? White Light nodded and said, yes. Yi Yuan's expression became peculiar. Then the 3rd level that you awakened, it's not that. You can also raise your realm by swallowing medicinal pills, right? White Light had an innocent face as he said with a frank nod, Big Brother is indeed incredible. Guessing it in one try. I guess your head, Yi Yuan forcefully stifled back a swear word.